starting with, this is not an AI talk. This is not a tool talk. This is a process, a framework talk. So be advised that we are not going to talk about any types of tools, because for us, and for me mostly, it's more about culture and process and how we do things differently, other than the tools itself. When we are renovating a home, we need to start at somewhere. So privatization is important everywhere. And sometimes we forget about that in QA. So how can we privatize? When we're talking about a home, it's kind of easy. We will start with the less troublesome part, or the most important part for us. But when we are going to do quality engineering, how we privatize the tasks? How is this privatization done? And we have been working a lot with several companies, consultancy companies, and in 2016, I learned about design thinking, and I was thinking, how could I merge the two words with design thinking that is customer-centric mostly, with the QA word? And why privatization is so critical in tests? When we start to doing the privatization, as I mentioned, that we always have so many tests and we don't know how to start, we can mitigate critical risks. We can optimize resources. Resources are not infinite. So we know that very well. We are the critical path always for development. And when development gets late, what happens? Our testing window is diminished by a lot. So we need to start prioritizing that. Optimizing resources, we can accelerate delivery and maximize the automation return over the investment. Because we all know, even though with AI, we all know that automation efforts are way more expensive than manual testing. How can we ensure that we are going to have the best return over this investment? I'm pretty sure everyone has heard about design thinking before, but let's do a little bit of a refresh. When we do design thinking, we always allow everyone to speak. So it's like a brainstorm, but it's not the louder one that speaks, because everyone gets a chance to put something on the paper. And what do? We diverge. We generate as many ideas as possible with as many post-its if you are doing that physically, or virtual post-its if you're doing that virtually. And then after we diverge, we start to converging into some single ideas. So, okay, this has nothing to do with toss it. We are not afraid to toss it if something doesn't matter at all. And then we clusterize. We put the same ideas together. And this
or
is
similar ideas together, because the whole point is you allow people to put everything out there, you know, all the things that they want to test, right? It's the old joke of the QA in the bar, that he goes to the bar and then he wants to order the water, then the beer, and then he wants to use the bathroom, but then he wants to go back and say, I didn't order anything, what happens? And then the waiter's like, didn't I talk to you like 5 minutes ago? And then, you know, it's obviously we like to think out of the box, right? We like to think about all the different possible million scenarios that we can, you know, test or put in our product. But we know users, they use like 20% of 80 or whatever the numbers that we have today. So the whole idea is give the people a chance to put everything out there and give everyone a voice, and then you kind of, you know, put everything that looks similar together and start clusterizing.
And when we talk about the use of the design thinking with testing strategy, now what we do is to diverge, they brainstorm all the possible scenarios, as Rafael was telling about. So we're going to put all the potential test scenarios. No idea is a crazy idea, and put everything out there that you know the crazy user will do eventually, because, you know, we never know what the user is going to do, actually. And then we are starting to converge. So what makes sense to automate this, that, etc., and we clusterize the similar scenarios. And we are going to clusterize that based on business risk, impact on users, frequency of execution, and technical feasibility. So now we are going to start to think a little bit about how is this for tests. So think that you're going to get this crazy scenario, a banking, for example, and you have a business account, and you want to transfer money as an individual. We know that will never happen, but we can brainstorm all of that, and when we get to the clusterize and converge, we can toss it apart that. And after that, we are going to start to thinking how to prioritize that. When we talk about design thinking, how is the prioritization grid? This is an exercise from design thinking that we consider as the impact for the user. So how much is impactful is that feature or that scenario for the user, that idea, and then how it is hard to build, to do something. So we are going to vote on that in y-axis and x-axis, and then we are going to plot that into this chart. So this is the prioritization grid, and we can use this prioritization grid for many things, such as what features are the best for our user, what test scenarios are the best to test, what are the most risky tests that we have, etc., etc. And how this applies to quality engineering. So instead of talking about how this is hard to build, we're going to talk about how is this hard to automate, to test itself. Do I have the data? How does that work? And then the impact for the user. What if this breaks? What happens? What will happen to the user? He can live without it, or he's not going to be able to log in into the application. So we start to do those two matrix.
And we all learned that context, with AI, context is important, right? But context is important here as well. So when we talk about impact to the user, if you are developing an airplane internal system, if something fails, that's probably a little more kind of bad than, if it's like an e-commerce, right?
You don't want to dive.
Yeah, I mean, and I apologize if anybody is like afraid of flying or anything. It won't happen, don't worry. But context is going to be important for prioritization, right? So the whole point of putting together the design thinking technique with something which takes in mind your user and the testability of what you're trying to do, and even what you're selecting as user stories and scenarios to even build right before you're actually testing them. It's making sure that whatever you're doing, takes in consideration, that guy that is actually using your solution.
Is to bring design thinking is all about just thinking about the customer and to bring the customer to the center. So what we are doing here is to bring the customer to the center of our testing and start to thinking about the customer in the beginning of our sprint, release, whatever. How we do the prioritization? So after we list all the scenarios, all the possible scenarios, and we diverge, and we converge, and we clusterize, we are going to vote. So we receive 2 votes. 2 votes for each one, at least. So we'll vote if I believe this is one of the most impactful for the user, and I vote in the sense of if this is hard or not, if it's easy or not to test. So depending on how many ideas we have to prioritize, we will define how many votes each one has. Yeah, voting on the 2 axes.
And kind of bring into like the day-to-day, the idea is that you're in your sprint planning or looking at your user stories or even your scenarios that you are testing. It's not like I want to test this because I think it's important, or Larissa wants to do this because she thinks it's important. It's like we listed everything, we have all the scenarios or the user stories, which most of you probably do today, but then you start thinking about impact and if it's feasible to test it or to build it or not, and then you start voting. So everyone will kind of have their voice represented there.
Everyone will chime in, and collectively, as a group, we will define which are the scenarios that are most impactful to the user, which are the scenarios that are easier to test. And then after we have all the votes, we count the votes, we plot that on the chart, and we're going to see everything together, and maybe we'll need to adjust something because, we didn't vote that as much, but if you think about it, and as a group, we will decide that. If we think about it, this should be a little bit higher to the user, because if it breaks, it will be really problematic. And so when we're talking about physical design thinking, we use little circles, circles to vote. Blue for impact, green for testing feasibility or whatever, but we can count the axis so we know where we're going to go. And then after we do, we vote, we plot, we review and adjust, we are going to assess what is our testing strategy based on everyone's votes.
Right, but it feels like magic, right? I'm just, saying what's the impact to the user, or, why I'm doing what I'm doing. But the whole point is that when we're gonna evaluate or score if, a scenario or a user story it's important to my user, or it has an impact to my user, and how feasible it is to test or build that story or that scenario, we kind of put together a few questions to kind of help everyone kind of, be in the same page. So the whole point is this thing has like the default questions, but as I said, we need context, right? So if you are in a really specific, context where the questions need to be different for you, that's fine. You can customize the questions. But if you're doing this for the first time, you probably want to use like the default set of questions, and then you can just, change it, customize. But a few things on impact to the user, right? So I'm going to ask myself when I'm voting, does whatever I'm evaluating the scenario, the user story, does it turn like some type of pain point into a crisis where, things are down, people are getting called, they're getting called at night to fix something, or, are on call, or, what happens to my user? Does the plane crash if that stops working, or it's just, an order that doesn't go through? So does it decrease the user value in some way, right? So does it change what I'm getting for my customer as value, is in money, saving time, whatever, the benefit that he's extracting from what I'm doing or I'm testing? Does that scenario, if it doesn't go well, does it diminish the value that he gets from, whatever we are doing? Does it really impact just the experience, right? If I can get my order through, but the experience is not ideal, sometimes we're okay, right? If Netflix, takes some time to open, but it does open, it's fine. I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna, do anything. But sometimes, as I was saying, if something goes offline or doesn't work, does it wake people at night, right? If you're, everybody's using AI. If you're run out of tokens, or if Cloud Code is offline or doesn't respond, are we gonna start waking people at night, or we're just gonna go about our days? So it's just things to kind of get your mindset on what is really impactful to your user. And in the example here, you will see a scale from 0 to 10, because having a scale helps. But the evaluation, it's based on the questions. And the same thing goes for feasibility, right? So usually when we're talking about especially automation, we like to automate everything, right? We don't like to keep doing the same things over and over again. We want to see things moving by themselves. Now with AI, you can just say, go automate this thing for me, and it pretty much does almost everything. But before I actually automate, can I do it manually? Is it something that is, that it makes sense? If we automate this, is this something that I can run on different environments? Does it make sense to run on different environments? Or no, it's so complex and so hard to test that I don't even have the environment to do that? Or can I generate the adequate test data that I need to actually replicate that thing that is impactful for my user, which then I will automate? So it's kind of organizing the thought process, so whatever you are selecting to test and automate really makes sense to the value that you're generating to your user and to your product. And in some cases, we have even to think about, is this even technically possible? Can I really automate this? And so we start comparing things with two different mindsets, And in the end, it's like Larissa was saying, right? I need to ask myself, is this scenario even possible? Do I really need to test this? Do I need to be that QA in the bar who, goes in, orders everything, and then wants to dance and, go upside down and do all those things? Maybe not. Yes, we don't know. It's going to be based on your context. But the whole point is, this exercise is not going to happen one time, and you're just going to forget about it. The idea is that you're going to start asking yourself those questions. And as you move through sprints, releases, you may change the questions, or the answers may change because your product changed. So it's something that you're going to be doing frequently, and you can customize, as I was saying, right? You can add questions, you can remove questions, or you can just have different questions.
And it is important to reassess your answers, because maybe something that was hard one day can become really easier the next day. And with the advancements we have, this is happening more frequently. So this is something we need to be aware of. It's not you do the assessment once in a lifetime and then you're going to abide to it for the rest of your life. No, we need to reassess because things change.
And whenever you are done with answering the questions and getting your priorities in order, you're going to get the chart that Larissa was saying. And you're going to be basically left with 4 classifications. The no-brainers, which is going to be your high impact, easy to test. That's where your automation needs to start, right? Because automation is something that takes time and needs effort. So the idea is that you start maximizing the value that you get from that. So whatever scenarios that you have as no-brainers, those are probably the ones that you need to start automating on. You also have the big bets, right? The big bets are things which are high in impact, but sometimes they are really hard to test, right? It's either because you don't have an environment, you don't know really how to automate that test data, or there is so many steps that it's going to take time to get that automation in, and it's going to be hard, and it's going to need a lot of effort. So you will start working on those guys and automating those guys once you are done with the no-brainers. And usually, if we are doing test automation initiatives, it's always a challenge because you need to show value and show that you are actually getting something out of it. If you already did the no-brainers, you already showed some value to your C-levels or senior management and so on, which opens up space for the big bets. And in some cases, as Larissa was saying, some of the hard to test or the ones that are not testable right now, I probably need to plan for the future, right? Because they're going to be important to my user at some point. So it's more like looking in the future. And the utilities, I like to say that those are usually for those who like to be in automation for a while. It's like those building blocks, right? It's those things that you're saying, I will probably need this thing to report or test results or whatever, or something that you are doing, which it's low impact, it's not going to bug my user that much, but it's easy to do, right? So if I need to show numbers, that's usually where I start, right? I start showing, automating all those things. But even though I have a lot of volume, a lot of test cases which were automated, they are not the ones who are impacting my user the most if something goes wrong. And we end up also with the unwise, which is the ones which are hard to test. They pretty much don't generate almost any value to the user. But sometimes those get in because it's just easy to do. And I like numbers. I want to see like a pipeline with 1,000 tests. Greenish. It's hard. It's nice to have those things. So the whole point here is the results will tell you where you need to start automating and the ones that you need to prioritize. And basically, just as a reminder, the reason why I focus on the no-brainers first is because that's going to be the high-impactful easy to test scenarios, which will give me value, right? Almost immediate value, and it will start building confidence, right? Both to myself and to the company and the organization, and we can start showing value to the users. The big bets, they are like strategic, right? They are things that I need to think about the future. If sometimes they are hard to test right now, I need to start working on my environment. Maybe I need a new tool or something different, so they become easier in the future because they are important and they're going to impact my user. And anything that is utilities or the unwise are probably things that they are either gonna be left there because my product evolved, and it may be something that my user is never gonna use, or it doesn't make sense to invest automation or any effort to actually make them like test data or something that makes sense. So it's a lot less about what I think and what I feel about my test cases and what I'm gonna automate just because it's cool or because it's nice or because I can ask AI.
Because I want numbers as
And
well.
because of the numbers, but because you have a technique around it to guide you and help you to do that. And we have two examples on teams or organizations that already are doing something like that or doing exactly that. And it's basically a mobile banking application where by going through the prioritization, they were looking at the secure transaction flow of like payments and transfers and new user onboarding, which actually showed them that if by focusing on those features and testing those features and automating tasks which were tied to those features, helped them to have almost zero vulnerabilities in production. Obviously, we're not sharing whoever that was because people are going to ask AI to go find the vulnerabilities. But anyway, and also it gave them like faster validation, right? Because I'm automating the things that are going to help me more and going to save me more time. And the same thing with the health records company, where they noticed that prioritizing data privacy controls and a lot of the integrations with the car modules made more sense, which seems obvious in some cases, but sometimes people are just so into the day-to-day that they can't see that. And basically, by taking the time to prioritize, they got better compliance, a lot of improvement in the test data that they were going to need to use because they started automating some of that as well. So it's all about the customer.
Yes.
It's all about whoever is using the product that you're delivering it.
And of course, we need to have into the prioritization group that is going to do this exercise collectively, someone that represents the user. I sponsor user, someone that knows how the user will work or has the user mindset. This is really important. And the feedback that we have received is that development teams that didn't consider so much the user, only the features and how cool that was to build or to test, start thinking more about the user and ended up having less friction with the product owner, et cetera, due to that. Because now they were thinking like the user and they were able to prioritize thinking in the user, putting the user in the center.
And also, not just to give you like what went like what was good or what it worked. If you are trying something like this, there will be like pitfalls or things that you need to kind of think about and avoid. And some of them we kind of mentioned, already. But if when you are trying to vote and choose whatever makes sense for your user journey and the personas which are involved, if you don't have some type of real user feedback, as Larissa was saying, or analytics or any type of data around your user, if you don't know if who your user is, and again, this seems like basic or obvious in some cases, but
it's not.
It's based on our experience at least, it's not. And sometimes we think we know who the user is, but sometimes we even know who it is, but we don't know, how it behaves and some of the things which are important to him.
And it's really interesting. Sometimes we are into, and this is so obvious for us. You need to do this and that and that and that, and the user says, "What if I do this?" And then we are able to catch that. This mindset that is so different when we are talking really technical, logical, and we are responsible for. We know how the process works. But when we give that to the user, he will think differently a lot.
Yeah, so it's not just about the exercise or following those steps, but you need to have either somebody or people doing that with you who will actually understand the user, or that's probably something that you get better along the way, right? You start not knowing that user that much, but then as you move through the exercise, that needs to evolve. and you need to get better at knowing your user. We also need to make sure that we are not just, as I said, automating the utilities first, because they are, easy to do and easy to automate, and I can just ask AI and I'm gonna get a bunch of tests, and the numbers go up and everybody's happy, but the value that I'm generating and the things that I'm testing, they are actually not the ones that are important to my user. And the same thing as we were saying, it seems like a lot of steps, and it seems that it's gonna take a lot of time, but if you do the exercise every sprint or with every user story, you'll see that it's pretty fast to go through the prioritization as you get used to. So it's not something that you're going to do the first time that you're building a product, or even with your existing products. You're not going to just do one time and just forget about it. You need to revisit, like every 2 sprints or every sprint. It kind of depends on the way that it works for your team. But the whole point is you need to go back to the prioritization and make sure that the answers to the questions didn't change, or even the impact to the user also didn't change. Because
and don't be afraid to vote, to
Yeah.
choose something, because sometimes you are, but if I say this is more important, that means the other one is not. No, it's saying this is more important, period. It's not related to the other. And since we're going to have a multidisciplinary group, everyone will vote on their opinions.
Yep. And also, it's not solo decision making. So it's not because it's your PO or whoever represents the user that he has all the cards and can make all the decisions and just set what's important to the user and the impact and all those things that we talked about. It needs to take into account a cross-functional scenario of collaboration. So even though if you're trying to do that solo at first, starting to do that on your team, you need to have a way of getting different perspectives, so your impact and your technical feasibility for automation, for testing, is not just what you think, but what the team thinks about that functionality, that user story, or that scenario. Yep.
So this is what we have. I hope you enjoyed this, and as much as we enjoy making this and creating this framework and giving that to the team so they can use it. And if you are going to use it, 2 things. First, we have built an app to help you with the voting, creating the sessions, etc., etc. Ariadne app.
But you don't have to use the app. The app was just some feedback that we got. Like people were trying to do the steps, and they were like, yeah, but when I'm going to Jira or something, I can replicate exactly what you're saying. So okay, we'll build like a small app that you can just use to exercise. But it's not about the app or anything like that.
No.
You
and
need
most
to understand.
importantly, let us know you use it and
Yeah.
how it goes, because we are really interested in real use cases. We are always happy to. So one time we did this talk for a conference, and then I don't know, 1 year later,
Yep.
we met the person that didn't say it was so amazing. I was able to do this and that, and the team was so. This is what fit us. So please leave us a feedback if you use it, and also a feedback for the presentation itself.
Yep.
Thank you very much, guys, and connect with us.
Yep.
If you have any questions, feel free to
Any
talk to us.
questions?
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I have a question regarding the 2 teams you mentioned who applied your exercise. In which state were the teams? Were they like starting with the testing, or did they apply it to the existing infrastructure or ceremony?
There were actually different stages. So one of them was like getting the product up to speed. So it's like a brand new product. They didn't have anything, so it was easier, right? Because the whole discussion was like a new product, right? So prioritizing was like much easier. The other one was like be less about the complexity of the code or the test that you're gonna do or automate. So kind of if you're starting from scratch, it's easier and it's gonna be like no problem. But if you are applying that to an existing product, I would say start doing that for like new user stories or new test
And
scenarios.
regression.
Yeah, or even that's a good point. or even your regression set, right? So look at your regression test cases and start thinking about that, with the impact to the user versus technical feasibility.
If you have a study team and that is together for a long time, it will take a lot of time, and people say, "Oh my God, I'm not going to be able to do that." So start with new functionalities because it's easy and you can be familiar with. And after you are okay and put that into your habit, you go to regression, because regression is your most offender usually. Go to regression and say, what if? And then you will be surprised, guys.
And usually, when we talk about test automation and regression, most companies, they're like, yeah, we're going to automate everything. So all the regression is going to be automated or automated all the tests. And we're like, wait, not like that. Yeah, let's try and prioritize. So, that's why applying, the idea of prioritization and with the impact to the user, it kind of gives you insights into, saying, I'm not doing all the tests because I have a better process to do it. So that gives you like a little buy-in, showing that you are doing something different, but it works. And and it's funny that people are usually like, I never did this, so why I'm doing that? And I'm like, well, because it's nice and it could be give you a different perspective. But the experience that we have is usually if it's a team that is working together for a long time, they're gonna be a little more resistant to changing what they are doing. That's why starting sometimes is small, right? So. We talked about sprints or releases. So you don't have to do the prioritization for like all stories or user stories of that sprint. If you're starting, pick a story or pick a requirement and start listing the scenarios and doing the exercise just for that, so you can show the benefit.
Start small, fail fast, fail early. And one thing that is interesting, the executive, your senior lead, that doesn't have an idea what QA is and loves to say, let's automate everything, you can go to that and say, hey, I'm not going to automate everything. And this is the reason why. Because you are giving them the arguments to say, this is not valuable to our customer. Why am I going to spend money and time on that?
Yep.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
On finishing the idea you said about the high management and everything, can you talk a little bit about the buying of the idea, because it's not AI, fancy, buzzword related, it's kind of a simple idea and...
You have one buzzword here, value. And value has been a very buzzword on the latest days because people are asking themselves, what if AI can do everything, what is my value? So this is a buzzword that you can use a lot. So you are now thinking about your customer-centric user, and you are thinking about the value that this will generate and the return over investment. So those three buzzwords, which are keywords for executives, will be enough to convince them, usually. So if you not say, we're going to try something new, etc., say, hey, I find a way to have a better return over our investment in QA that will focus on our user and bring more value to them. This is a very good pitching point.
With the executives, usually what kind of gets them interested into trying this out is you're mitigating risks because you are testing the things that are going to impact the user, the customer, primarily, but also saves time, right? Because the whole argument is, I don't need to have 100% coverage of everything to make sure that my software is working fine, or that I make sure that my customer will be okay. So usually, when we talk with high ups and senior management, it's around time saving and making sure that the risks are mitigated, and that whatever our strategy is, the scenarios that we list, is not just because we think that it's that list, or even because you can ask AI or whatever, but because we are trying to maximize the resources and saving time, which in the end, they usually like those words. So yeah.
And when you get your board prioritized, it's really interesting that someone, the executive can say, I want to automate everything, or I want to automate that, and say, hey, but this is not valuable for our user. It's really expensive to create. So are you sure you want to do that? So with facts, it's harder to complain about it.
And it's visual, right? Executives and high ups, they like colors, like green, red, and like
They don't know to
designs,
see
right?
things.
They
They only
don't
see
see
colors,
much,
you know?
like it's just red and green or whatever, and like the whole
Some
idea with the
yellow.
plot is not just to organize, but if you are discussing, if we're gonna do this or that, or if we're gonna test this or that, the point is, okay, you wanna do the scenario that it's really hard to test and it does not have an impact to the user. But can you see that this one is all the way over here in our matrix? Because they like matrix as well, right? They like colors and matrices. So it's easier to see that something, it's way over there. And are you sure it's saying like low impact to the user? That guy that pays the bills, it's low impact to him. Are you sure you want to invest with this feature or this task? And usually they start like scratching their heads like, yeah, well, I don't know. Yeah, well, you're the one that knows about this, right? So if you're saying that you have a nice picture, and yeah, I go with that. So it kind of gives you tools to actually show, and kind of it's not like QA is magic and something that they don't really understand, because sometimes they are insecure, right? They don't want to say that they don't understand what you're saying. So if you show a picture and saying, no, I did this and I have a matrix and I have quadrants, because they all love quadrants, right? So it's like, we have the quadrants now, and you can show, but are you sure this one is all the way over here? And I have this bunch of other stuff which are more important, and my graph, my metric says, these ones are important. Are you sure? And they're gonna be like, yeah, well, you ask questions that I don't know the answer, so yeah, well, do whatever you want, and But the whole point is we show visually what we are doing, and it usually helps, if they are trying to get us to do something else, or even understand what we are doing.
Cool. Any more questions? Cool. I think we
Okay.
have. Thank you all.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much,
guys.
guys.
Next. Test, test. Parece que funciona, ¿no? Hola, hola, hola. Probando. ¿Funciona bien? Veo, veo. Test, test. Probando, probando. ¿Dónde está el cable? Ok. Veo. Probando, probando. ¿Funciona? Vale. You tell me when. Okay.
Okay. Hello, y'all. Thanks for sticking by. We're going to start our second talk after we learned from Rafael and Larissa how to pick the most important tests to start with. Now Barış will give us some insights how we can quantify metrics around our tests that we have to improve our test quality process. So thank you, Barış, and welcome on stage.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here today at SeleniumConf 2026 in Valencia. My name is Oscar. I'm quality architect at SUSE, and I'm very excited to share the work we are doing in Uyuni. It is an open source project that I'm happy to contribute. Over the next 30 minutes, I will talk about our test ops journey. We will see how we maintain good quality and in a fast-moving project by automating our testing processes. If you want to learn about testing at the scale, or if you are curious about how we work behind the scenes in Uyuni, stay with me. Now, let's get started and dive into how we are aiming for the stars with quality on autopilot. Before we dive into how we test Uyuni, let's quickly cover what is Uyuni. In essence, Uyuni is a powerful open source solution made specifically for managing Linux servers. If you are dealing with a growing number of Linux systems and find yourself spending a lot of time on regular maintenance tasks, struggling with different setups, or constantly working to make sure security rules are met, Uyuni is built to solve these exact problems. Think of it as a central place to keep all your Linux systems healthy, safe, and configured the same way. Its goal is to give you control and a clear picture of everything. Uyuni helps to automate routine tasks like patching and configuring systems. This saves valuable time, and this frees up time on IT and DevOps teams to focus on bigger projects instead of daily maintenance. It is also important to know that Uyuni is the upstream community project for SUSE Multi-Linux Manager. This means that we have strong support from SUSE and a very active open source community, which drives our new ideas and improvements. Now let's talk about the main features that make this possible. Uyuni is great to keep your systems up to date and secure easily. You can schedule updates, manage software, and make sure bugs are fixed quickly in your systems. Using tools like Salt, which is deeply built-in, or Ansible, that is also supported, Uyuni lets you set and keep consistent setups for all your servers. This means you don't need to deal anymore with different configurations and making sure your systems are set up exactly as they should be. It offers tools to check your systems for vulnerabilities. By default, it uses OVAL data directly from the vendor to find these issues. And also it helps you maintain security rules and generate reports, which is essential for meeting compliance needs. And while it has a strong ties to OpenSUSE and SUSE, Uyuni is designed to manage many different Linux distributions, including Ubuntu, Debian, Alma Linux, Rocky, and others. This makes it incredibly flexible for environments with various systems. So in short, if you are looking for a complete open source tool to set up managed Linux systems, automate maintenance, boost security, and ensure consistent at scale, Uyuni is a project worth exploring. One of the exciting but challenging parts of some projects is how fast they develop. In our case, we're frequently adding new features and supporting new operating systems. But speed brings a challenge, keeping quality high and consistent. Rapid iteration could increase the risk of regressions and integration complexity. With many changes and frequent updates, Making sure that these new additions are well integrated and don't break existing things takes a lot of careful time. So we focus on embedding quality into the development cycle by triggering meaningful unit tests and end-to-end tests on the pull request. Once these code changes are merged, we track the stability of the main branch by triggering all the end-to-end tests in a continuous manner. And this combination ensures faster feedback and higher confidence delivering new changes. So before we fully adopted the SOPs in our project, we faced some common challenges that impacted our speed and confidence. I want to quickly explain these problems because they are the reason we had to evolve. First, environment inconsistencies. This was the classic problem of it works on one machine. Tests acted differently on different developer setups and in our continuous integration environments. And we spent time fixing environment peculiarities instead of actual code issues, slowing down testing feedback. Next, the challenge of flaky test. Some tests would pass, then fail, then pass again, all without any changes to the product code. And these were super frustrating because they made us lost trust in our automated test. When the team didn't believe on the test results, real bugs could slip through. And a lot of time was wasted chasing phantom problems. And last, slow quality feedback. Developers were submitting their code changes after pull request was approved, but it took too long to get full test results on the main branch, from the main branch. This means bugs were found late, leading to constant switching between code and debugging those issues. And in the end, slower fixes. These weren't just one-off problems, they were patterns that limited our ability to improve quality at scale. It became very clear that we originally need more automation, especially on environments, better visibility to truly understand text context and trends, and robust scalability. One of the first challenges that I remember on this project was update how we set up our test environments. We couldn't build reliable automated tests on something that was unstable, that has leftovers from past test runs, or just different state every time. And our goal was to stop setting things by hand and move to something more efficient. So we started using infrastructure as code. On this project, we rely on SummaForm. SummaForm is our custom tool that combines the power of OpenTofu, which is the fork of Terraform. So we have OpenTofu modules and salt stays to deploy and configure our test environments. By writing down how our test systems should be set up in code, we make sure that every environment is built exactly in the same way. And this gets rid of the inconsistency problems. Looking closer, Tofu is a tool that actually creates the virtual machines. For us, it mostly works with the KVM provider, which is a way to run virtual machines in our bare metal, but we also can deploy on Amazon Web Service and Azure. So before we run the test, we deploy a fresh environment, and for that, OpenTofu reads our SummaForm definitions and automatically creates VMs with the requested settings about CPU, memory, disk, network, and so on. Once those virtual machines are ready, Salt takes over for the defined automatic configuration. Salt makes sure that each test system within those virtual machines is set up for its job. This includes installing needing software, setting up Uyuni parts, configuring services, and basically turning a pristine operating system into a fully working Uyuni component ready for testing. And the results of making these changes are that our test systems are now consistent. Every environment built from the same code is identical, repeatable. We can easily take down and rebuild environments, which is key to reproduce bugs. On demand, we can create these complex environments quickly whenever we need them, instead of relying on a small number of fixed setups, and maintainable. Changes and updates to how the environment is set up are tracked in code and rolled out in a structured way. This automated approach gives us a solid foundation that we need to scale and improve our testing processes. Once we had automated our infrastructure, the next big step was to understand what was happening inside the environments. This is where observability comes into place for our testing processes. It helps us to get deeper insights and not just green or red in the test results. To do this, we combine 3 powerful open source tools: Prometheus, Grafana, and Alert Manager. Prometheus is the metrics collector, and using tools like our Jenkins exporter, which is the link here if you want to take a look to it, the Node exporter and the Black exporter, we can gather a lot of information from our machines and from the test suite executions. These include things like how long a test takes, how often it passes or fails, what features are covered, or tracking resource consumption during a test. Then, using Grafana, we can process all these metrics and create helpful visual dashboards. That way, plotting these numbers and trends, it's easy to spot patterns and unusual activity. Finally, Alert Manager sends alerts when a specific condition is met in our metrics. In our case, we are sending these alerts via email. So having all this, we monitor 2 main areas. First, we started watching our test infrastructure metrics. This helps us to understand the problems in the system itself, like overloaded KVM host. So monitoring these virtual machines, network issues, and anything on the infrastructure side that could affect how reliable or fast the tests are. After that, we collect and monitor test trends. We track how a particular test or a group of tests covering a feature is behaving over time. Are these tests getting slower? Are certain tests failing often? So here we have different panels that let us know what are the tests that are top ones failing, or we can see with this Jenkins exporter the different Jenkins phases that we have on the pipeline and what's the time that each of these takes, if there are more failures between the different runs, so we can get a lot of information. So this ability to observe has some valuable use cases for us. One use case is to analyze historical trends to identify regression and flaky behaviors. For instance, if we see a peak in an amount of failures or a test that starts failing sometimes after a specific code change, the Grafana dashboards will make it obvious. And this helps us to figure out when a problem was introduced or identify a test that needs to be fixed because it's unreliable. Another powerful information for us is to compare trends between different products or versions. For instance, we can directly compare how well test performs and how stable they are between the OUnit, our upstream, and multi-Linux manager version. Making sure everything stays consistent and help us catch issues earlier that might only affect one or the other. By having this level of visibility, we can make data-driven decisions and react faster to a new issue, raise alerts, and continuously improve both the test and the product itself. One of the ongoing problems when you have many automated tests is dealing with flaky tests. These are tests that sometimes pass and sometimes fails, even when nothing in the main product has changed yet. It's also hard to efficiently manage problems we already know about. And this is especially important for our test reviewer role, which is a role that we had to create on the team. It's a rotating role where a team member checks our automated test reports. We have our reports is huge because it takes 6 hours to run all the end-to-end tests, and then to review all of this, it takes time. If they see a failure, they need to figure out if it's a new problem, something flaky, or a problem that has been already debugged, or even has a bug reported. And without a good system, we found that different reviewers might end up investigating the same known problems again and again, which wastes everyone's time. So our first important step was to create a strong way to track these issues using an additional GitHub project board. This board will have different status or columns, like a new for problems found recently, debugging when you are debugging a test failure, bugs when you confirm that there is a product bug, test framework issue if you find out that the problem is something you need to fix on your test, and of course a column also for the flaky test that we will need to review and analyze. When the test reviewer finds a test failure, that needs to be tracked, and then we open a new card on this board, and this card follows a standard title format: the feature, the Cucumber feature name, and then the Cucumber scenario name. Then with this title, we also include all the details about the investigation, the error messages, system logs, or any comments or updates that we can have written on this card. So this board becomes our main place to track the status of this failing test. While having this GitHub board was a big improvement for tracking issues, we wanted to do even more. We asked ourselves, how can we make the information from this board even easier to track for the test reviewer, especially when they are looking at the test results. And this led us to create a tool, which actually is just a simple Ruby script that I'm also sharing here, that connects our GitHub board with our Cucumber test feed. The main goal was to show the status of these tracked test failures directly inside the test reports. And here's how this script operates. Before any test runs on the workspace inside the Jenkins worker, before running this, the script connects to the GitHub GraphQL API. Then it retrieves data from this special board. It gets the cards from the different columns like flaky test, debugging, bugs, and so on. Then it reads the card title. It parses it to find the specific Cucumber feature and Cucumber scenario. And finally, the script automatically adds Cucumber tags into our gherkin.feature files that are in this workspace before running the test. So these tags are describing the status of each card in the board. If there's a scenario is in our board, it will automatically get tagged with flaky, bug reported, under debugging, and all the different states. And this has improved how efficient we are, made it easier for the team to share knowledge and help us put our effort where it's most needed. And this is very handy for everyone looking into the test results. So this is an example of the test results. So when a test fails, we look at these tags, and it's already tagged as flaky or under debugging, and this helps you identify that issue had passed already in previous runs and had been already reviewed by the previous test reviewer role. And we can quickly navigate into the GitHub card for all the past details, because we don't only add the tags, but we also add this line with the link to the GitHub card. So you can click there and you have all the information directly from your last test reports. And in addition, when the test suite ends on the console output, we are printing a summary about having the big picture of the status. We can also identify those tags and process this information. In top of all of that, we added another tool to help us catch flaky test, which is the AI flaky test detector. You will notice that I put AI in quotes, and that's because a common mistake nowadays is to use LLM calls for problems that a simple algorithm could solve. And I wanted to be pragmatic here. So our goal was to make our test stable again, but at the same time, we must care about the AI budget. So we built a two-step process. First, we collect our test history from this Prometheus Jenkins export that I was talking before. And then for that, we have a script that queries our Prometheus servers. It retrieves the test results over the last few days. And so we know when and how the tests had been failing. Once we have that history, we use our first line of defense, which is this algorithm. We wrote simple rules to look for obvious patterns. For example, if a test passes, fails, and passes again quickly, our script flags it as oscillation. If it fails rarely or randomly, we flag it as sporadic. And these simple hard-coded rules catch almost all of our flaky tests instantly and for free. But then we can also have weird and confusing failures. And here's where the LLM makes sense. And if our simple rules can't figure out the pattern, the script sends only those few tricky edge cases to an LLM to analyze. Finally, we combine all the results from our simple rules and the AI output into one JSON file that we serve via HTTP server, and it's consumed by the Grafana panel. As you can see, we just need to provide this JSON file, and Grafana will be able to parse it. And then the result is simple. We still can enhance it, but it shows the exact test cases, some kind of confidence score of this, and a hint of why it was flagged. And this gives our engineers more information so they can address the different issues. Another interesting addition we made in the project has been to put in place a smart test selection for pull request. I actually had the chance to talk deeper about this on last SeleniumConf, but I will quickly explain the main idea to you now because it's key to understand how we get faster feedback. We face a problem running all our tests for every single pull request. Takes huge amount of time because normally it takes 6 hours to run some end-to-end test. And this often means that developers have to wait a long time for feedback. And some of the feedback might come from tests that are not related for the code changes. And we ask ourselves how we can pick only the tests that truly matter for a given set of code changes. And our answer was to use code coverage data to make this choice. It's a three-step process. First, we connect our test to the code on the main branch. We run our test suite using a tool that reports the code coverage. We are using Jacoco because we have a Java server. And this makes detailed reports showing exactly which test check which specific piece of code, like methods or classes. We then take this information and map it in a way that lets us research it quickly. For example, we are using a Redis database. Then, when a pull request comes in, we identify the exact code changes or the code files, methods, and classes that have been changed. And finally, we choose and run the test. We query our code coverage map, and it tells us exactly which tests are connected to the changed code. Only this small specific group of tests is then run to check the pull request, and this short a lot the time of running the tests that are more meaningful. So for now developers get feedback much faster, and it's more helpful to their changes. And we use our GitHub Action resources better, and we are certain that we are testing the right things at the right time. Beyond testing code changes and pull requests, we wanted a way to always see how well the important parts of our product were working. And this is where synthetic monitoring comes into our automated test process. First, we defined significant use cases and how well they should perform as fitness functions. A fitness function is basically a way to measure how well a specific part of our system meets its design goals or user expectations. To give you a pair of examples on Uyuni, we measure how long it takes for a system to be on board, or how long it takes to the server to synchronize the repositories of a Linux distribution. Our test framework gets these metrics by reading logs or asking information through the Uyuni API, and then it sends these metrics to our Prometheus push gateway, which is like a storage to temporarily keep these metrics. Then Prometheus server can pull periodically these metrics from there. And finally, these metrics can be queried and visualized in Grafana panels, generating Grafana dashboards. Like this one. By constantly watching these fitness metrics, we can get early warnings if a main product feature starts degrading. For instance, if one of these metrics suddenly have a peak or slowly increase, like it's happening in our case here and here. So then you can have a sign that something on the performance of the project of the product it could be degraded. So, in essence, using synthetic monitoring based in our end-to-end test is helping us to detect issues on the customer experience and encourage the team to investigate and make improvements before problems get bigger. What we want to achieve is that the whole system performs healthy aside of covering the functionality. And a bit related to infrastructure as code, it has been always painful to set up complex development environments in our laptops, dealing with dependency issues and so on. And normally, it takes days for a new joiner to have all ready to code and build different parts of the product. To fix this, we are using dev containers. These are like ready-made Docker environments that your IDE can open and use. And this makes sure everyone works with the exact same setup. And we have made two main dev containers for Uni project. One dev container is for developing the main product. So it has a Docker file. It installs things like the correct Java version and IB and other tools need to build the product. Then the dev container configuration file also sets things like environment variables, for example, the Java home, and commands to run after the container is created, like running IB build to get necessary files. And another dev container is made to develop and run our end-to-end test. Its Docker file is installing Ruby, Cucumber, Capybara, Selenium WebDriver, and all the other tools needed for writing and running the test. The dev container for this one sets up different environment variables and settings for our test framework. And in particular, test environment and a particular test environment deployed previously. So you previously will have deployed this environment using the tools that it has been talking with SummaForm, and then you connect to this environment. So in just a few minutes, they have a complete consistent environment with all the tools and needed files installed and set up. It really helps everyone focus on developing rather than struggling with different computer setup. And yeah, by the way, on top of all of this, we will soon introduce a common playground specifically for developing with AI assistants. Have the agents.md and CloudMD and so on. Beyond our current test op practices, we are actively looking at how test ops can embrace AI. This is still new and experimental in our project, but we see exciting possibilities in some areas. Last year, as part of the Google Summer of Code project, we had been exploring how AI can improve the smartest selection mechanisms that I had been explaining. So while our current smart selections works well, we thought that AI could make it even more exact. By training an AI model using past test results, we explored if the model could potentially suggest a more accurate list of tests targeting the changes of a given pull request. But being pragmatic for now, we got better results using just our code coverage map mechanism. From another angle, I have been looking into AI-powered test report analysis. The idea here is that when a set of tests shows an error, an AI agent can immediately start working, so being proactive when there is a test failure. So the current tool, what it does is it's triggered after the test is failing with Cucumber, so using the after method in Cucumber. And first, it will be it will build a simple context, providing the Cucumber scenario and the steps, plus a screenshot. And then the LLM will decide which specific systems on this environment could be involved. Next, it gathers the most important, the most interesting evidence through our Uyuni MCP server. We built an MCP server, so we are able to make all the API calls through there. And at the same time, it can collect other data via an MCP server, just a custom one for SSH remote commands with some guardrails. Finally, the LLM process, this collects context and returns a root cause hint of what could be causing this test failure. And it appends this message into our test report. Just after the test failing, you have the hint of what could have been failing. And this is still in early days, but it could greatly speed how fast our engineers find and fix problems by giving them relevant context-aware information. And finally, looking ahead to the next Google Summer of Code, we are exploring how AI can enhance the observability and root cause analysis within Uyuni product itself. Right now, systems admins get raw alerts from Prometheus, like a generic high memory usage warning, and they have to manually investigate the cause. Our idea is to build a crew of AI agents that, upon detecting an anomaly, automatically inspects the affected machine in real time or collect evidence through the Uyuni MCP server. The agents then process this live context, either using secure local AI models to keep data privacy, and it figure out exactly what went wrong. So instead of just basic alarm that engineers would receive, engineers will be receiving enriched alerts detailing the root cause, such as memory leak in a particular process, along with actionable steps to fix it. Overall, we are still talking about proof of concepts, but this is an area that we are very interested and we are experimenting with to push the limits of what's possible in AI test ops. So wrapping up, these are the main things that I hope you take away. First, and most important, this was not an overnight transformation. Our progress towards quality on autopilot has been a story of small iterative improvements. We didn't try to boil the ocean. Instead, we focused on making incremental changes, experimenting, learning from each one, failing fast, and building upon that success. Second, it's crucial to understand that TestOps is more than just implementing new tools or scripts. It's truly a dual-fold shift. It's a cultural shift within the team, looking for a close collaboration between development and the quality engineers, making quality a shared responsibility, and cultivating a mindset of continuous learning and improvement. And yes, it's also a technical evolution, strategically adopting automation for infrastructure and testing, gaining deep observability into our process, and implementing smart solutions like targeting the test selection, synthetic monitoring, or the AI test reviewer. If you're looking to enhance your own quality engineering practices, I encourage you to view TestOps as an adaptable set of principles and not just a rigid prescription. Start by identifying your most significant pain points, introduce changes incrementally, as I like to say, always baby steps, and tailor your approach to your project's specific needs and context. You don't have to do everything at once. In the end, building a robust, scalable, and efficient quality process is an ongoing journey. We build step by step through consistent effort, a wish to adapt, and a commitment to both the cultural and technical aspects of the SOPs. Thank you.
Questions?
Yeah, I've got a simple question. How much does it cost to have this stack?
What's much cost?
How much does it cost to have this stack, you know, to create on-demand environment and everything?
Well, we run our workloads in bare metal, so it's all computers that we have in our company, so it doesn't cost anything because we just run them. We have some tests running in Amazon Web Service and Azure, but this is just to assure that our features are working there. But most of the environments that we run are running locally in bare metal.
I had two questions. The first one is in observability. How frequently are you running these tests? Because traces are more, they give more information if you run them more frequently. And then about synthetic monitoring, are the tests pointing to like a production environment, or is it like in a test environment?
All this information, we are getting this information from the nightly, nightly. We run every 6 hours, we run a new end-to-end test, and then from the end-to-end test that we run in our CI/CD, using the main branch, we collect all these, we monitor all this data, and we also produce this synthetic monitoring also from there. Yeah.
And is it like in a production environment, the synthetic monitoring?
No, for the nature of the product, we don't have a production environment, because what we do is just give this product to the users or the customers, and they will install in their own machines. So we don't have a way to test in production, but we have the environment closer that we can be to production.
Right,
with less resources, but yeah.
Amazing. Any further questions? Going once, going twice. All right, thanks you all. We take a little break and then we see us after the lunch break. Thank you all.
Thank you.
here, and I can create multiple cards here. And that's the experience. If I click on a card, I'll get the detail. We also have a login sign up. We won't go into that, I think. We'll see what happens. Anyways, so this is the application I want to be testing. So I'll close this one, and I'll go back to Cursor. And let's do something. I have a playwright here. Sorry about that. I know we're at Selenium conference, but I don't know much Selenium, so I'll do playwright. Anyways, where's my test? Here, in the test folder. Who would have thought? Okay. So in here, I have a single test that has a welcome page, should show welcome page. We just go to the base URL, and we find an element by test ID. We assert it is visible. If I run the test, it will open the test, and we go straight to green in a couple of milliseconds. Oh, wait, no, we don't. Hey, at least you know this is live. All right, that's actually not a bad thing. We'll look into that. In fact, this gives us a great opportunity to show some of the cursor features. Right. So, as I mentioned, couple of stages of AI development inside Cursor. We have the tab autocomplete, right? You can see it in action right here. As I added a new line, Cursor tried to guess what is the next natural thing I want to do, right? So it recognizes I'm in a spec file. It recognizes that I'm in a repository where I write playwright tests. It recognizes that this is a playwright test, so it tries to suggest some other test. Now, the suggestion is not very good because it's essentially just copying what I have. But if we provide some more context, oops, what happened there? If we provide some more context and say, all right, let's should show empty board list, then we have somewhat of a better suggestion. It does try to predict what is the next thing, and it goes by the pattern it already sees, right? In the first test, we had await get by test ID welcome image to be visible, and then in my second, we have empty board list to be visible. Spoiler alert, there's no element called empty board list, right? So we just have our first hallucination, and later in this talk, we'll talk about how to mitigate that, how to reduce these kind of hallucinations. I just realized I understand why this first test is failing, and that's because I have interacted with my application before. I have created my first board in here. Let's make this a little bigger so you can see. And that's why I don't see welcome image, because that thing only shows up when I have no boards created. The welcome image is like, hey, create your first board. That's what that is about. So you can see we have some context that is missing, and AI is not going to be able to figure it out without proper information. All right, so we saw autocomplete in action. Let's take a look at another big feature in Cursor, which is the inline edit. As I select any piece of code in my spec file, I can go to quick edit or add to chat. Let me show you the quick edit first. I'll select the whole line, do quick edit, and now I can work just on the piece of code I'm interested in. This is great for refactorings, things where we just want to take a chunk of code and work on that. If you want to, like change all your selectors for some reason, then you can do that with the inline edit very easy. You can even ask a quick question about the piece of code, and that's something I advise using a lot, because having questions about your code base enables you to learn. I think there's a lot of concern about AI making us dumber and not understanding things. And honestly, from my personal usage, I don't really see that. I think like AI can be a great empowering tool to learn more stuff. In fact, I've been like dabbling with like different languages and different frameworks. I've been trying lots of new stuff thanks to AI, so it's not really my experience. Hopefully, maybe I am getting dumber, just don't know about it. But what I want to pinpoint here is that it can be a great learning tool, so embrace that. So what kind of suggestion we can do? Like change this selector into a class selector, right? We'll do something horrible, why not? All right, so now it's changed it into a class selector. You can see it has used a different command. It used locator, it selected the class welcome image. Again, it hallucinated something, but it worked on the context it has. If you're using the inline edit, Cursor will actually take a look at the context of your whole file. So imagine this file having like 300 or 400 lines of code. It could like take all that in and try to figure it out based on what's in the whole file. Also, if you have some imports, if you're importing some modules from other files, it will take that into account, and it will actually crawl through those imports to get a little bit more understanding of what's happening in the file that you're using. So we got our tab completion, we got our inline edits, and finally we got our chat. Right? So when I'm in my chat, I can go ahead and ask it, all right, add a test that adds a new board and a new list. So now what happens is something that I also said earlier, right? Cursor will take a look at your whole project. You can actually see that it is now grabbing and trying to look through the file, and if I have my source code available, or if I have my tests living in the same repository as the source code, I mean, it works, but I don't know. Maybe it's just a personal preference. All right, so let's keep this change. Let's run it, see what happens. My prediction is that it is going to fail miserably. Here we go, failed, Chromium. We were not successful. That's not a failure yet at working with that. Another feature that we have here is slash commands. So slash commands are customizable. We'll get to that later. But out of the box, you can actually have Cursor actually provides you with a lot of skills and commands and workflows that you enter similarly to what you would be doing in Slack, right? You'd write slash, name of your commands, and off you go do a certain task. This is really useful if you have some workflows or some skills or some other things that are sort of repeatable and you want to keep on doing them over and over. All right, so that was a quick demo of the basic capabilities. So far, I'm assuming I did not say anything new. Let's see if that changes now. So I want to stop here and talk a little bit about how LLMs work. What I have here is slash commands. So slash commands are customizable. We'll get to that later. But out of the box, you can actually have intelligence, creativity, reasoning, thinking, problem solving. These are all human traits, and I think it muddies the waters a little bit, and I think it creates confusion. You can see people pointing out how dumb AI is, and it's not really making the point that the people think they're making. So having a proper understanding of what AI is, I think, is where the true power of it lies. Like this is, if you have a good mental model, you'll be able to use it effectively. That's what I'm trying to say. So a large language model, textbook definition, is a model trained to predict and generate text by learning from patterns from massive data sets. Great. What does that tell us? Not really helpful if you're trying to get a good mental model. So let's do something better. I'm going to explain it to you like I would explain this to my mom. In fact, I did that. All right. So finish the sequence. Do you know what the next number is? 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13? You can shout it out. 15. I hear 15. Great. That's the correct answer. Right? This is how LLMs work. This is how they... let me go back to the previous slide. You give them enough context, and they're able to complete the sequence. So the quality of the output heavily depends on the quality of the input. Right? If you have the right context, there's a higher chance LLM will be able to finish what you have started. So you can think of LLMs as these sort of functions, and I'm reaching here. I know like there's lot more details into that, but we're creating a mental model, right? So if we were to create a program that would do the same thing as we saw before, finish the sequence of odd numbers, then we could say the output is 2n minus 1. This is how we would represent all of the odd numbers. So what we have here is a function with 2 parameters. If we look at LLMs, what they're doing, the words that it is putting together, they're not represented as words, but they're numbers. LLM does not work with concepts, it works with math, right? It doesn't understand the concept of odd numbers, but it is able to finish that sequence. It has just found a sequence where the next token, next word makes sense. So this function has just 2 parameters, but our LLMs have millions and billions and sometimes even trillion parameters, right? So as you go more and more complex, you're able to predict more and more complex sequences. So you can finish much more complex stuff, right? So if we look at this sequence, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, do you know what the next colors were? Yes, I heard it. Indigo, violet. Because we're talking about colors of the rainbow. We have some more context, and to create something like this, you will need much more parameters than just those 2, the 2n minus 1. Okay, so yeah, as we scale things up, right, the training of LLM requires much more data and much more parameters. If you have 1.5 billion parameters, you can write basic text, right? Just as GPT-2 can, right? And if we scale that even more, if we go to Claude or GPT-4, GPT-5, you got hundreds of billions of parameters. So now you have the ability to reason, write code, translate, and all that kind of stuff. So as we scale, we get more capabilities. But the principle stays the same. We start a sequence, we finish it off. All right. And as we go more complex, we can teach the LLM what does a conversation look like. So because of that, we have the ability to ask a question and get an answer, right? So if we ask what's the capital of Slovakia, it will be able to answer with the right answer. If you ask more complex question, you'll be able to understand and get a really good answer. All right. So let's talk about one interesting area. Prompt engineering. So I think the whole idea of finishing the sequence sort of gave the birth to the idea of prompt engineering, right? Basically, what the idea of prompt engineering is that you try to use a certain linguistic patterns to get the right answer from the LLM. And the idea is extremely popular, and there's a reason for that. It feels intuitive, right? So if I give LLM the right set of words, it will be able to give me back the answer that I need. That's the intuition. There's a whole taxonomy of techniques, and I have a diagram here, which is not working. Let me refresh that, see if it works. It doesn't? Well, this is a bummer, because I have a lot of like things here, and I don't understand why my animations don't work. All right, we'll figure it out, hopefully. You know what? Let me show it to you because it's a visual aid that I would like you to see. Let me just restart my presentation, maybe. Maybe this will help. Nope, it did not. That's no good. I will probably have to jump between these things. Now here you can see that, or no? What's going on? Why can I not see videos through this? This is weird. It's going to make this this thing a little bit more complicated because I have lots of visual aids which I need you to see, and if you don't see them, then I can talk about them. All right. Okay, so here's the here's the first thing. Great, we got something. I mean, we can make it work, right? Maybe. All right. What I wanted to say on this slide was there's a whole taxonomy of techniques, and this diagram comes from a paper which I will be linking in my presentation. I've linked the slides for this presentation. Hopefully it works. So we get all these types of things like role-based prompting, emotion prompting, style prompting, chain of thought, and all these crazy techniques that are available. You might have heard about this one, act as a, right? Act as a developer engineer, act as a mastermind manipulator or whatever. And I have to come right out of the gate and say, I'm actually not a huge fan of prompt engineering and the whole idea. I think if you're on LinkedIn or social media, you might have found people, hey, I found these 10 amazing prompts that are going to make no mistakes and make your life amazing. Send me your email or write this into my comment and I will send you a PDF. Please don't do that. Don't fall for that. It's not going to work. So, of course, providing clear instruction is important. But in my opinion, there's no magic pattern that will unlock the hidden potential of your LLM and it works every time. That's just not realistic. That's not how things work. There is actually a good study for that. So I was watching a podcast. Sander Schulhoff was a host in there. Not sure if you know the name. But he's the author of the taxonomy that I showed earlier. And he has an interesting anecdote from his research where he compared two prompt techniques. So he compared act as a Harvard-educated professor, and you're incredible at solving problems. And then you had act as a complete idiot who's terrible at math, you can do basic addition, you can never do anything right. And he compared this and some other prompts to see how they score. And the idiot actually outperformed the professor. So what do you do with that, right? I think the thing is, just because you tell LLM to become a genius, it doesn't happen like that. However, I've been criticizing the prompt engineering thing. There is one area where it actually makes sense to dive deeper into that, and that's AI security. So prompt injection and jailbreaking and all these areas, this is where the prompt engineering becomes interesting. But in terms of writing code, writing tests, that's not where it is. So let's talk about context engineering, right? And just because I'm mentioning prompt engineering and context engineering, I'm not trying to say that they're the same or they're comparable, but they're different approaches to getting to the goal. To the goal. So let's take a look at what happens when you try to interact with an LLM. And here's where you can imagine a presentation. I don't know what's happening here. Anyways, let me show you. Hopefully I'm. Yeah, okay, so this is the first one. Now, I could just said that, right? All right, so there is something called context window. Have you heard about context window before? Hopefully you have. All All right, so in your context window, what's going to happen, each LLM, each model has a different limit. And you can think about the context window as sort of a RAM for your AI, right? Do I have anything in here? No, it's just empty context window. So you can think of it as a RAM on your computer, right? And when you send a message, I think this is where we send a message. Here we go, right? You start to fill up that context window. So you send your message, you ask LLM something, the LLM takes your message, reads it, and gives you an answer. And that answer now lives inside your context window. So far, all good, nothing unexpected. However, as you continue the conversation, you're starting to fill up the context window, right? So when you send the second message, what happens is that your first message, the agent response, and your message gets sent to the LLM. So LLMs are stateless. They don't store your conversation. Instead, they try to complete the conversation based on what came before. And I was having the mental model. I thought of LLMs like sort of like API and a database. Once you send something, it gets stored. That's not really what happens inside LLM, right? You might have, so when you talk to ChatGPT or Claude, there might be some information about the conversation stored somewhere else, but the LLM, the bare bones LLM, is not storing your information. It will load all of those billions of tokens, billions of parameters, and will send a response back. So remember, with the example I gave with the calculations, right? With the number sequence, that's what's happening, right? The LLM always tries to continue the conversation based on what was sent. So as you have longer and longer conversation with your AI, the context window is slowly being filled with information. And when it is being filled with information, it starts to lose track and starts to make more mistakes when connecting the dots. Okay. Trying to make sense of my notes now. So this context window size, this is something, this is a problem that is there by design. There's not really too many ways of how to change that problem, how to mitigate that problem. I mean, there are, we'll talk about those. But you may have heard about great news from Anthropic, right? Our Claude whatever model now has a 1 million token context window, right? It's getting bigger and bigger. What that really means is that you have a larger space. It doesn't mean that the model is actually good at making connections between those messages and the context you give it, right? In fact, the thing that ends up happening most of the times is, even though you have a larger context window, the connections that the LLM is able to make between different parts of your conversation are dropping off rapidly after around 30,000 tokens. So my advice, the most practical one, would be for every problem, start a new conversation. And then we have all these other techniques that we can use, like using sub-agents and having one main thread with all of these sub-agents doing partial tasks, coming back with the results, etc. So that's context engineering for you. Do I have the graph somewhere? It's really pretty. I wanted to show it to you. Agent files decrease. No, that's another thing. That will come later. Oh gosh, this is so painful. Long context. Maybe this is the thing? No, the quick view actually just shows the thing. Yeah, this is my pretty graph. This is what I wanted to show you. It's actually based on real paper, but I made the graph, and it's pretty, and it animates really nicely. Look at this. Well, no, it doesn't even play. What's going on with this setup? Anyways, all right. But the important thing I wanted to show you is that after a certain amount of tokens, you have like this rapid drop-off in quality. So it's important to have that in mind. If your conversation just grows way too long, you're going to have more mistakes. Okay. So if you're hoping to have a good conversation with your AI, you can think of your context window like this. You have a smart zone and you have a dumb zone, right? If the conversation grows too long, LLM has trouble making connections, understanding what you're trying to do, understanding all of the files you're trying to work on, right? And if you keep your conversation short and to the point, you can expect less errors, better performance. So as I said, you can launch sub-agents, you can open a new chat for every task, split your work into smaller tasks and use separate context window for each. You can use spec-driven development. That's very popular these days. Yeah. Okay. Did I close my presentation completely now? This is going really well, guys. Oh gosh, okay. Hey, look at that. I see a... And this one does not work? This is so weird. All right. Never mind. Let's continue. All right. Okay, so let's talk about AgentMD and CloudMD files. First, it's useful to understand what these files are. Some explain them as README files for your agent, and I think that's a pretty good first definition. And what they do is they give a general overview of the project that you are working with. So remember, when you're interacting with LLM, it doesn't know anything about what's going on in your code base. You have to provide it. And AgentMD and CloudMD files are a good way of doing that. They provide a little bit of context and basic information about the project you are working at. So imagine a context window here. Your CloudMD and AgentMD file would be part of that context window. Oh, look! It just needed time to load. Let's go. Okay, so we just need to be patient, I guess. Awesome. As you can see, like this is very informative, right? We have CloudMD in our context window. Great. So when you're using Cursor or Cloud Code, Codex, or other AI agents, this file will be part of every conversation, right? So they have become sort of a standard. For some reason, Claude and Anthropic are very stubborn. They have their own Claude.md, and seems like most of the rest of the vendors are using agent.md. So what you can do, you can actually symlink between them, so you don't have file duplication. But yeah, so what are these? Many tools like Cloud Code enable you to create this Cloud Code by using an init command, which will scan your repository, create a summary, and create the file for you. So let me actually show you that. Where's my cursor at? Here it is. All right, I'm going to close this window for a second. And I'm going to open terminal. And in my terminal, I'll open Claude and do something /init. So what this will do, it will scan my whole repository and it will try to create my my CloudMD file for me. So in here, we should see it pop up at any second. So now that I'm showing you this, I would like to give you a piece of advice about this /init command. And that piece of advice is, don't ever do it. Don't ever try to generate your CloudMD or your AgentsMD file by an LLM. And the reason why that is, and I'll show you, we'll come back to this file in a second. But the reason, we'll wait for the animation to load. The reason for that, there was this recent study, maybe you have heard about it on social media, it was making waves all over the LinkedIn, is there was a 3% performance decrease in tasks done by AI agents that contained the AgentsMD file, right? So you have your file in your repo and your agent is making worse job. That's not a good thing, right? So people were starting massively deleting their AgentMD files and like deleting them in panic. But that was just the part that was making headlines. The study was actually saying some other things as well. So on average, there was a 4% performance improvement when there were AgentMD files that were actually created by humans. That's why I suggest you don't use the /init command, but create the file for yourself. The thing is, if you let the AI do the scanning for you, it's like letting someone who never used your repository write a summary for you, right? You can also ask yourself, all right, what is it that Claude is doing when it scans the repository for you? Wait for it. I can tell you. It's using bash scripts, right? It will do a search. It will do a read. It has all of these tools available to create that file for you. And they also take space in the context window. So when Claude or Cursor or whatever AI agent that you're using have these tools available, why then have a CloudMD file at the beginning of every conversation containing that information? Instead, what you can do is just provide the information that it is not able to find. So by this time, I think my file should be created. Let's go. So look at it. Look at how much text is going to be added to every conversation that I have. Now, the thing is, look at these tests here, right? We have Playwright, Chromium only, base URL. This is all information that we have in our Playwright config. But also, when we will be working with our AI agent, not every conversation will be about tests. So how about we just let Claude read the Playwright config MD file when it's relevant to the conversation and leave it out, right? This CloudMD, this file provides guidance to Claude Code. Why? We don't need that. Let's delete that. Trello clone used for testing workshop. Sure, I mean, this React, TypeScript, Vite, Tailwind, CSS is something that also can be found, right? So maybe we can leave that. npm start, npm run lin, npm run. This is all in our package JSON file. Why have it? Let's go, let's delete that. What else we got? Dev server interactive keys. Okay, this we can leave. So I have the ability to press an F2 key in my application and delete the whole database, which is not a production thing. So this is very specific to my application that I have built. So I think like this part of information might be useful. You can think of this like of this information of like imagine you have a new colleague in your project, right? Someone new comes contributing to the repository. What is the thing that is not obvious when they enter, when they start contributing? What are the niche things that are specific to your project? what are the custom conventions, the non-obvious architectural decisions? If you think about what those are the same things that can derail your AI agent as well. So having your CloudMD or AgentMD file, my advice would be keep the file lean, keep the file as short as possible, talk about intentions of the project, and talk about the non-obvious things in these files. All of the rest, Claude and Cursor can figure out for itself. All right. Okay, so let's talk about skills for a second. So in their basic form, skills are basically just markdown files that describe a certain tooling. You can think of them as pieces of mini documentation. You can set up, skills allow you to define a scope of what is allowed to be used. So for example, you can set up allowed tools. You can set up whether the skills can be invoked by a user or another agent. There's a little part here, the context fork. We just talked about context engineering. So this is not support in all of the IDEs and agents, but in CloudMD you can basically say to Claude that, hey, if you're ever using this skill, run a sub-agent, run it from there, and provide the information back to the main thread. So you can create your sub-agents using these skills. So skills can also have scripts associated with them. You can also have basically test them and evaluate them whether they do a good job. So last week I did a workshop at Star East. We had a chapter on evaluating a skill, and we created this very simple playwright skill where we defined some of the conventions about the project and defined some of the what was it? I forgot. It was a skill. Anyways, so evaluation enabled us to see if our agent is smarter with the skill or without it. So you can run a bunch of tests, and you can do all of that with the create skill agent in Claude Code, and it will evaluate how well your LLM performs with the skill and how well it performs without skill. And the results may surprise you, right? The thing is, these are also added to every conversation where you use that skill, and they potentially should help your LLM provide a better result. But unless you test that, you're not really sure. So evaluating those skills is a really useful way to see if the thing is actually doing the job that it should be. I think this might be an interesting area for us as testers to try to evaluate all of the AI toolings and all of the AI things, all of the parts that try to enrich the context of AI. Okay, so let's see this in action. Let's go ahead, and I'm going to delete this Claude MD file altogether. We won't be using it anymore. Instead, I'm going to create a new folder called Agents, and create a subfolder called Skills. And inside here, I'll create another skill and another folder. We'll call it Summarize Failures. And inside here, I'm going to create a skill MD. So this is a convention, right? We have our agents folder, skills, and summarize failure. In there, we have a skills.md file. This way, our cursor will know that there is a summarize failure skill available. So let me just copy the content of this, so I don't have to type it all, because that will be boring. Let's see if we have it. Nope, that's not it. Here we go. All right, it's actually missing some parts. So every skill file usually has this, what's it called, front matter part, where we have a name, we have a description, and we can have lots of other attributes added. So one of those I already mentioned, the context fork, but a very common one is this models allowed tools. And this part gets really interesting because what it does, and usually when you interact with Claude or Cursor, when they want to run some tools, they will ask you first, right? But if you have allowed tools set in your skills MD files, they will not ask. They will just ask if they can use the skill and then are allowed to do whatever with that. So I'll get to that in a second. So in here, I've created a summarized failure. The goal of this is basically just to summarize all of the test failures. And the way I would use that is I would open my terminal. Let's start a new conversation. And I will say, I will open bash and, oh gosh. Let's try that again. Here we go. And I'll run all of my tests. I pass a reporter JSON, and then I copy the results of those tests into my clipboard. And after I do that, I'll get the results. I'll open my agent, open a new conversation, and now I have my skill available here. Hopefully, summarize failures. Here we go. So just by referencing the summarized failure name, Cursor will register all my skills. It knows where to look for those. So I'm going to say summarize failure and paste my results in here and tell it to read the results of my tests and basically give me the summary of all of the tests that are failing. So that's pretty neat, right? The thing is, what I had to do is run my npx playwright test, copy the contents of that, and paste it into the chat, which is not a bad thing, but it might get annoying if I do that over and over. So the other thing that skills allow us to have is actually have bash scripts, right? So inside my summarize failure, I'm going to create a new folder and call it scripts. And inside here, I'll create a new file. Let's create a new file and call it getResults.sh. Okay. Inside here, let me copy that so I don't have to write that manually. Paste that in. And now my skill has a bash script available. So when I start a new conversation and do summarize failures, it now knows that it has. Oh wait, it doesn't. I forgot to mention that in the skills MD file. Sorry about that. Let's kill this and let's add the reference to that thing over here. Summarize. Wait. Getting the results. Here we go. So getting the results. If the user provides no output, run this script. Bash scripts get results. So now my skill knows that it has an sh script in here, which it can run to get those results. So why have a script here? Why not just let the LLM figure it out on its own? The answer to that is that I think when you are interacting with LLMs, especially when you're trying to create more complex systems, you should try to figure out which of the parts of your system are deterministic and which of those are probabilistic. So whichever part is probabilistic, you can leave that to the LLM to figure out. All of the fuzzy logic, LLMs are great at figuring that out, right? When it comes to things that will always stay the same, you don't want to use a probabilistic system. You want to have something that is determined. So having a combination in your skill with where you have a markdown file to describe what you want to achieve, and having scripts that are deterministic and run the same all the time is something that I feel like it's an ideal setup. Of course, you can have multiple scripts for multiple different situations, but I don't want to like go in too deep. All right, so that's skills for you. What we actually have available for skills is there's a whole library of skills available at skills.sh. And you can think of it as an NPM registry for just skills. And they're great. You'll find lots of useful things in there. However, I would be wary of downloading too many skills, especially things like best practices for your projects. I think this falls into the prompt engineering territory where you have like these best practices and it's always like best practices according to who, right? Who said that this is the best practice for my project that I'm working on? And there's like even more importantly, you should make sure that whenever you do something like this, npx skills add, and when you download the skills from the registry, you read the whole thing. Please read the whole thing, and especially read the first part, the front matter part, where you see the list of allowed tools. If you see in the list of allowed tools that there's a RM function, you should watch out, right? Because that thing is now allowed to remove all of your files or whatever files it decides, right? Also, be wary of what it can read. If it can read your env file, if it can read your bash rc files, those are the parts where your sensitive information lives, and if it gets leaked, you might get into trouble. So if you're downloading skills, I recommend making sure that they come from a source that you trust. And one thing that's also, I think, worth pointing out, let me show you the skills.sh page. If we go to skill, let's go for best practices, why not? There is a sidebar. Where's the sidebar? Here we go. There are some security audits being made on these skills. So if you have a good pass rate, that may give you some confidence. But again, like, be wary. My general approach is to create those skills myself. But of course, if we are integrating some sort of system, for example, like Playwright CLI, it is good to have this skill downloaded so you don't have to figure out everything on your own. All right, rules. Let's talk about rules. So rules are also something that gets attached to your context window, and they are basically another set of instructions that get added every time you have a conversation with Cursor. So project rules are usually saved in your agents/rules folder or your Claude rules folder, whatever you're using. They have 4 different types in Cursor, where you can have them always included in the context, automatically attached based on some rule. You can have them requested by agent, so basically agent decides when to attach those rules, or you can have them used manually. What I like about rules is that they can be scoped to a certain glob patterns. Okay, let's show that for a second. All right, so I'm going to go to agentsmd, create a new folder called rules, and I'm going to create a new file that's going to be called playwright.md. And in here, let me copy the thing from my another computer. Is this? No, this is not the thing. It takes a little moment to travel from one computer to another. Okay, I have Way too little space. All right, so one thing that I especially enjoy when talking about test automation workflows is that you can glob your rule to a specific path, right? So in here, this rule is only going to be applied whenever I'm working with my spec files. I could scope that into a folder if I wanted to. So if I have multiple test folders, I can just say only apply this rule when dealing with this part. So I can add to my rules things that define boundaries, right? I don't want my LLM to be running all around like a crazy person. I want it to be scoped to a certain scope, right? So when it comes to selector, I have certain rules. I want to use data test ID attributes. I never want to use CSS classes or XPaths. I want to prefer get by test ID against locator. I don't want to add any weights to my test. And what I can do, I can add some specifics. So one specific that I have been dealing with a lot on my application is that whenever I create a new board and there are no lists inside, the application will automatically make the input active, which means that there's a button called Create List that is never visible if you just have a newly created board. Let me actually show that to you because I think just talking about it is kind of weird. Where's my Chrome? Let's go to localhost. Let me delete all of this. I'm going to create a new board. So as I create this, there's this enter list title. This is now active. Let's make it bigger. This is now active. But when cursor parses all of my files, it tries to look for this button because it says add a list. So when I tell cursor, hey, create a test that adds a list, it will reference this button, but it is never available, never visible unless I already have a list, right? So if I have a list, this button is visible. If I don't, this thing is automatically active when I visit this page. And this is very hard for Cursor or Claude Code or whatever AI agent to figure out. So having something like that in my rules is going to help tremendously because this is non-conventional. This is very specific to my application. This is going to help a lot. Now, if I were to ask Claude Code to apply this rule, it would fail. And the reason for that is because, as I said, Anthropic is very stubborn and they don't look into the agent's file. They have their own thing going on. It's called .claude. So I'm going to create a folder here. I'm going to create rules in here. And the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a symlink. So creating symlinks is actually pretty easy if you know what you have to do. But the second argument is where you want to have that symlink to be, and the first argument is what it should be symlinking to. So it's kind of, for me, it's like the opposite way, but that's how that works. And it's also relative way, so you have to jump out of the folder and get into the right one. When I do that, I have my symlink created. It should be here. Oh, I did not create it correctly. Anyways, but that's how you do that. If you do that correctly, that's how you do that. Okay. So we talked about a lot of Markdown files, right? So how do you what's the word I'm looking for? How do you distinguish between them, right? And this is a definition that I heard, which I really like. So the agents MDE files and Claude MDE files, they define intent. What is this project intended for? Rules are defining boundaries. What are the specific things about these projects, and how do we apply certain approaches within this project? And skills define execution. How do we actually do the thing we want to do? I think that's a great distinction. Now, there are some problems in Paradise, right? When it comes to all of these Markdown files, right? it's fair to say that having all of these Markdown files in your project is not going to be perfect. It needs constant updates, right? Because Markdown files will rot similarly to your documentation, right? You write your documentation, you're all happy. 3 months later, it's no longer relevant. It needs constant updates. Some tools actually make their own choices when to include the different files. So that can get non-deterministic pretty quickly. These files can potentially include noise in your context window. So now you have more information in your context window that you may not always need, which is probably the reason why we had that 3% decline in performance that I mentioned when we were talking about CloudMD files. And also, I feel like many people in this room, we are testers, right? I think these days you might feel this more and more, that we're kind of losing grip on quality, right? There's so much code being generated, so much code being created, and how do we close the gap between code generation and code quality? There's also another problem that we have to be dealing with, and is the fact that now we have all of these Markdown files spread all around the code base, and it's another layer, like as if code was not enough. Now we have all of these text files which need maintenance, which need checking, which need maybe evaluation. So yeah, it seems like it gave all of these setup gave testers another thing to be concerned about. So code governance is the answer to this question of how to close the gap between code velocity and code quality. At a time when we can generate as much code as we want, and the code generation is no longer the bottleneck, the real scarce resource now is trust. But the question is like, all right, but how can we trust the code that we're generating? And I know many testers in this room will probably say, we can't. And I think while that's a good starting point, I don't think like it's enough. It doesn't really provide a solution. And it's good, again, it's good like a starting point. We cannot trust this, but also how do we make sure that we don't lose grip on quality? So in recent years, one of the solutions that we were talking about was shifting left, right? That was the whole thing. We heard about that, and at every conference, I talked about that a lot. I'm sorry. And it meant a lot of things, right? The term was kind of a very, very fun to use at a conference because you could say anything about it, right? It was start testing early, review designs, plan with product managers, test partial features, and so on, right? So let me introduce you to a new idea. Shift up. Basically, code governance is this sort of a motion of shifting up, right? What that means is that we are putting quality measures at every stage of development process, right? We cannot really read every line of code line by line anymore when we have pull requests that have tens of thousands of lines of code, right? So how does it look in practice, right? When we're planning, we're looking for making sure that the intent is the intent we want to choose. We look for permissions. We look at the artifact we built. We verify the publishing and deploy process. We look at telemetry, right? It's more of a bird's eye view on the quality throughout the whole software development lifecycle. And I know our domain as testers was mostly as testing, and I think, and we can talk about that after my talk, I think that the role of testing is slightly shifting, and maybe it's shifting up, I don't know, but I think we are going to be embedded a lot more in all of the other parts of software development lifecycle as a result. So how does that whole code governance thing look like in practice? So I'm from a company called Kodo, but I'm not trying to like advertise that too much. But let's take a look at rules, right? So we have these rules markdown files. What do we do with those, right? Those are applied on code generation. When we work with Cursor, we work with Cloud Code, and we generate our tests, our features, our whatever code we are trying to produce. We apply those rules, right? Now, what do we do to make sure that those rules are up to date, that they're always applied? We need to have a separate process, a verification process, where we double check if those rules are being actually applied. So in case a rule violation was submitted to a code base, that violation gets flagged. So one of those approaches is to have that sort of verification process be present at your code review, right? So when the code is submitted for review, an automated process will run and make sure that no rule violations were being made. No new bugs were introduced. There are no new performance issues. So you can have a system set that will act sort of as a baseline check for all the things that would otherwise require a high cognitive load, right? So if you imagine as a developer or as a SDET trying to review tens of thousands of lines of code every day, that will probably make you question your life decisions, right? But you can have an automated verification layer, and you can preserve the mental capacity for the things that are actually important. So this is not an attempt at taking testers' jobs or taking developers' jobs, right? This is an attempt of giving you a base verification layer so you can use the mental energy for the things that are actually important. Of course, there are ways to check this before PR. Let me just quickly show you. An IDE where I can go ahead and look for all of the uncommitted changes right in my cursor. And once I run this check, it will give me a result of all of the changes that I have been making in my main branch. And once I have some findings, I can go ahead and give me a second. Should have probably run. Yeah, this is taking longer than expected. No joke. Okay. I just wanted to show you one button, but today's presentation is not going as smoothly as, as I was expecting. Here we go. Fun results. Maybe I can actually, oh, okay. All right, so now I have this advisory check, which has found 3 potential bugs. It will provide the evidence of what those bugs are. If I violated any of my rules that I have created, I'm going to get flagged for that, right? So it has this sort of a two-way approach. Not only I'm notified whenever I violate my rule, but in case that rule is actually no longer relevant, it kind of forces me to delete that rule from my code base or update it based on what I'm trying to do. So if I want to take a look at my test, it seems like it has found a high impact trouble. I can just click on Resolve with Cloud Code. I get a new Cloud Code instance. The prompt is being pasted right into that, and it's now making sure that the high impact bug is fixed. So even before we jump into the code review, we can have some automated baseline checks made as a verification layer. Also, again, you don't have to use Codo for that, but it's being used by Selenium team. I thought it's fine to shout that out. All right. So again, the code generation has outpaced the manual human effort. And again, this does not mean that humans are no longer relevant. It means that we need to make sure that in order to close the gap between code velocity and code quality, we'll have a system that will act as a baseline check for all the other things that would otherwise require a high cognitive load. And that's all I had to say for today. I'm really eager to hear your questions, either now or after. I don't know. If you want to rate my talk, please scan the QR code on the left. If you want to connect with me, scan the QR code on the right, or you can go even more to the right and talk to me, and we can connect on a human level. I feel like that's worth it. All right, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Do we have any questions in the audience? I think we can take a couple of questions.
Yeah, we have some time, so I finished early.
There we go.
Oh, we have one.
Everything
Great.
you ever wanted to know about Cursor. And
thank you for this talk, really, for your demos. It was really exciting, and some stuff is familiar to me. So, and one question from me is about rules. So actually, I do not use rules. I always use skills. So imagine for the rule that you showed, can we, for example, instead create a skill where we can write, please apply these rules to files matching with globe. Will there be any differences, or these approaches are similar?
Yeah. So I think we're now at like early days of many of these conventions. And what I see happening is the lines between these different concepts are really fuzzy, right? Even I had some trouble distinguishing, like, when do I use a rule? When do I use skill? When do I write my agent file? When do I do workflow file, right? One thing that I would suggest is one of the attributes that rules have is that they can be applied to a globe pattern, which skills I don't think they are. You can write that in the skill, hey, use this skill every time you work with these files. But what agent will do, what Cursor and Cloud Code will do, is they will read the description by default. So if you have 100 rules, 100 skills in your folder, it will by default read all of the descriptions of all of them and then make a decision if that rule needs to be applied. So if you put that instruction somewhere, I suggest you put it in the description so that it gets picked up, because again, you're kind of dealing with a fuzzy logic here, and with rules with that glob pattern attribute, you have a higher chance of the agent not skipping the rule versus skills where you have that written instruction. So I mentioned in one of my slides that agents define intent, rules define boundaries, and skills define execution. So I use that thing to distinguish. But again, as I started, the lines are a bit fuzzy right now. So I'm sure whatever you're doing, if it works fine for you and you have good experience with that, don't change that just because I'm trying to tell you, right? So we're all like very much in experimental mode these days. So yeah, that's a long answer. That's actually a non-answer.
Yeah, thank you. So looks like rules are more strict, but for now, so I am dreaming about some specification for all this stuff. Where should I put my markdown files so that all agent systems, and you will not have to create these symlinks or other stuff. So
yeah,
thank
that thing, I'm not sure when that is going to happen. When it comes to, let me find the Claude directory. This is a very nice resource from Claude that will give you a nice overview of where each thing lives. So that might be a good help.
Can I also try to answer the question?
Oh, sure.
So I work at LangChain, and we built agent harnesses. And to answer that question, it really depends on what agent you're using. Claude is its own agent, Codex is its own agent, Claude Code is its own agent. Every agent treats these files somewhat the same, but sometimes differently. The main difference between a skill and something like an agent's MD is that agent's MDs are loaded into the system prompt of your agent. So if you make an LLM call, you have different types of messages you can send to the LLM, and whatever is an agent's MD will be part of the system message. So it will be always part of every LLM request you make in your agent, which will be cached, and it's something that your LLM must always be aware of. Skills on the other side is meant to basically give the agent some information that is out there without having it to load. So every agent's MD file basically loads your context, while all the skills, they somewhere in the backend that the agent can load when it needs to do a certain task. So from that perspective, I would recommend to put advices to how to go about certain workflows into skills, and everything that is basically the agent or the LLM should always be aware of, put that into an agent's MD file or Claude Markdown file. That's basically kind of like the rule of thumb in my point of view.
Yeah.
Any more questions?
Hello, awesome
Hey.
presentation.
Thank you.
Saw some things that I'm going to apply in my own Cloud code. But I have a question. If you surface a bug to Cloud, okay, you're building an app, whatever, having fun. Surface a bug, and I had multiple times it just assumes what kind of issue it is. And go, okay, this did not fix, this did not fix. It didn't work with Cloud MD. I mean, okay, read this, everything, and I don't know how to mitigate that as much as possible to not have to go and talk 3 times with him so he can fix the issue. If I don't know the issue, sure. If I know the issue, like I pinpoint, like this is from where it's coming. But
Yeah, and the question is?
the question is, how do you mitigate so he doesn't assume stuff and goes and reads the actual proper code and not?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I know you probably don't want to hear this, but this would be something I would define in rules. But I know like things get fuzzy, and
No, I'm fine with rules. I
But-
never use them actually. I don't know yet.
You don't
but
use them?
I did not use them until
yeah,
now.
I mean that would be a good place to mitigate that, because they define certain boundaries, right? So you can give information to your agent where to find certain files. So if I'm dealing with tests, go to the tests folder, right? If I'm dealing with my React components, go to the components folder. Although those are things that, at least from my experience, most of the agents are able to figure out on their own. But if your project has some niche conventions, that's where you go. That's where you reach for rules, or maybe even the agent MD file, where you have.
That's the thing. Follow-up question then.
Yeah.
Because I mitigated in the way we're using Cloud MD. So okay, you have the time you need to go check these. But now from the info that you just said, it didn't always work, and I think it's because of the context window. I just checked, and it's quite big.
Yeah.
So will the rules be the same as the Cloud MD file? Like, will it populate or the context as well as much?
Yes, but with the rules, you have that front matter thing at the beginning, so you can actually define in the description and inform the agent when that rule should be applied, right?
Okay,
so
it
you can
doesn't
imagine having sort of a router with the agent where it decides what to reach for, right? So we have agent MD files that are attached every time you start a conversation, but the rule files, there's a decision process in making sure to reach out when you need that, right? And it helps like make that context window smaller. So even like the first step could probably be break that Cloud MD file into smaller chunks, so that so you don't stick all of the content of that file every time you open up Cloud.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I would assume that with the rules file, where you put in the specification, I think Cursor will work in the way that it knows when you edit a TSX file or TS file in that directory, it will just apply all the rules into the system message that apply to that specific file or glob. That's, I think, how it works.
I think the React best practices has that sort of setup in there that it is applied whenever you are dealing with a file with a certain extension, and like cursor knows when to load it.
Which I guess it's an optimization for like people have so many skills files that even adding all the description of the skills file kind of like blows up your context window. Cool. More questions
over there.
Hi, awesome presentation.
Thank you.
My question was related with the context window. Okay, when you have a big repository, big project, and you start to have several skills that maybe is connecting one to the other, this context window is start to mess up and start doing the things worse and worse. And we found a new technique that is now like trend, something like that. That is that in the same way that you told that the context window is RAM, use files, auxiliary files to the LLM as a hard drive memory. So you can tell the LLM to use these files and memory as a auxiliary and locate that information that will be used later instead of having it loaded in memory. So it kind of works. It's improving the performance, but we don't have a standard right now about that. My question is, if you try this, what is your thoughts or advice about using rules or something like that in the skills, maybe?
Yeah, so I have to be honest, like over past 2 years, the projects I've been working on are smaller. So to give any kind of advice on like a huge monorepo project, like theoretically, I know that, yeah, you have some scopings, you scope your rules to certain directories, to certain areas. That should work, but I would be very dishonest if I told you now, like, this is the way that works 100% of the times, because the experience I've been having mostly was on smaller projects, smaller repositories. I would advise try to like map the scope and make sure that you have some general rules that are applied every time, because the whole project is in React, so we're going to use the React best practices, right? And you have some partial rules that are only applied to certain folder. That, in theory, should work. In practice, we'll probably should meet year after, and you tell me how was your experience, and I will include that in my slides.
Thank you. No, it's fine because, for example, in task that is analyzing a big repo and finding mistakes and something like that, you can tell to the skill to use this local file to elaborate all the errors that it's finding, and instead of processing in that moment, keep analyzing, keep these rules that is involving the analyzing, and later the processing of the errors, and it's improving, it's working better. But sometimes it's doing like things that now I'm changing to do this other thing when it doesn't necessarily has to be there. So we was thinking about maybe limiting with the rules, with the scopes and something like that. It will be improving, but that's thank you.
Sweet. One more question. Okay.
No.
Hi. It's
Hey.
the next presentation.
Thank you.
So as you have been doing the AI usage extensively, so can you please share your experience about the AI costing specifically? When we are using Cloud Code, we are going to reach limits soon. As long as if we have the project scope really high, more than 500 test cases, and need to read the concepts. So how you are managing it, and then after that we'll be sharing our experience also.
So the question is like, how am I managing the costs of agents? Yeah, so I'm lucky enough to be working for a company that just gave me a license, and I can use it as much as I want. The managing of the cost question is like we are now in an interesting era where a lot of the AI usage is heavily subsidized, and we don't have to think about costs that much. I think that's going to change in some time. I've been hearing about this for a year. There's first suggestion that this is going to change because Copilot has just stopped. Like they're doing a token-based billing now. To be honest, I don't really have a good question of how to like optimize the costs, right? I have recently tried to think about how maybe use a local model to first improve the prompt that I'm sending, and to maybe first create a very easy text summary of what my request is, and then based on that, it will like send the prompt to the big model, the big pricey one. But I don't have results for that experiment yet and how it reflects in the costs. I think what we might also see in the future is that we might have like specialized agents for specialized tasks, and that might help us with choosing the right model for the right task. The only suggestion I would have at this moment is like wait for those models to come out, but I don't know when that is going to happen. But also, if you're working with just text, then just go for the lower, cheaper model, because what is going to be happening, or what I already see happening, is like this token cost inflation, where every new model is just slightly more expensive. But we're also all want to use the newest and greatest, and we don't even see that we're getting pretty much the same results for a higher cost. So like experimenting with different models and see if the lower cost model does the job as well as the newest one. That could be a way. Then of course evaluating and see if the model update actually does good job for you. Then of course keeping the context window low, because every time you send a new message with all your conversation history, that's going to cost you extra. So there are like a lot of these best practices that you can apply, but when it comes to like applying it to real numbers, I don't really know the answer. I recently saw a package called Caveman. Not sure if you heard about that, but it was like a cost optimization thing where every time your LLM would give you an answer, it would talk like a caveman, so it like very broken English, very simplified. I don't know how that works with performance, but apparently it helps you save like 70% of the costs. So I don't know. Christian might have something to say about that, right?
Not about cavemen, but yeah. Cool. Any more questions? Awesome. We take a short break and we'll be back here in 20 minutes, I believe, for our next session. So you can grab some coffee and get some air and speak like cavemans. Thank you.
Test, test, test. Hello. Hello, hello. Should go on. Should keep talking. Hello. Does it work? Yes. Should keep talking. Hello. Test, test, test. Test, test, QA, SDAT, test, engineer, developer, Jenkins, GitHub Actions, Appium, Selenium, test, 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 GitHub Actions, Jenkins, Azure. Yeah, keep going. Okay. Lambda test, Sauce Labs, Browser Stack.
nervous at all. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Shouldn't say that now in the microphone. But sorry? Yeah, it's. I also forgot my turtleneck.
Cool, should we start?
Sorry?
Should we start?
Yeah, let's do that.
Awesome. Welcome back, everyone, from the break. We have a new session coming up from the great Wim Sellers. For people who don't know Wim, like this guy here in the front, Wim is the TSC member of the Web Driver project, helping out in the project for many, many years. He worked at Sauce Labs. He is now director at Tech Champs. And he will talk about when mobile testing hits you harder than you expect. So give it up for Wim, please.
Yes, yes. Just first of all, thanks for joining my session and taking the time to listen to me. I also see a few people here who were in the workshop yesterday. They listened to me for 8 hours. So yeah, hopefully you can manage this at least for 40 minutes. Before I'm going to start, I just have a question. Who is expecting to see a lot of code in this presentation? Thanks. Okay, then I hope you will not fall asleep, because I will tell a little bit more theory, but also some practice. And especially the mindset that I've been seeing a lot in the community when people were using web and they moved over to mobile, and especially also to native mobile apps. So that's basically the thing that I'm going to explain to you, that there are differences, and then you will expect in the end that mobile testing will hit you a little bit harder than you expected. But to get everybody on the same pace, the same thing about, kind of like the same starting point, let's say it like that, I want to start with a story that hopefully everybody can imagine that could happen to them. And I want to tell a story about that you are going to develop your own native application based on the knowledge that you already have on the web. And when you want to start developing your first native application, yeah, you need to start with an idea. And you're like, okay, I don't have an idea. And then imagine you're sitting behind your desk and your dog is laying on the couch looking at you. Well, it's not looking at you, but you're looking at your dog and you're like, okay, I have an idea. I know I've got some inspiration. I'm going to create my own social media app for owners of dogs where they can share pictures of their dogs. Let's call it Instabark. There's no connection to anything, but let's call it Instabark. But then you're like, okay, where do I start? The only thing that you know, the only thing that you have is that you're basically a ninja or Master Yoda in JavaScript, HTML, CSS. So what do you do? Where do you start? Well, have no fear. React Native, NativeScript, or Ionic are here. We can start using our existing knowledge we have from the web and just start building something. And let's pick a framework. And I'm used to using a lot of React and also React Native, so let's start by using React Native. So the first thing I would do is just grab a coffee, use a MacBook, we'll get later to that on, but grab a cup of coffee, read the documentation, open my editor, in this case Visual Studio, but you can also use a real editor. Some people call them IntelliJ, or just pick your favorite editor. And like I mentioned, you are going to walk through the documentation. How do you start? And when you've read the documentation, you figured out, okay, I need to have, for example, Xcode, and when I'm installing Xcode, I will get my simulators, and when I'm installing Android Studio, I will get my emulators. Okay, I can start right away. And because I took that cup of coffee, life is really easy. I can start coding. And when I'm coding, I'm already thinking about, okay, all the funny pictures that I will get from all the people. Not thinking about any GDPR rules or something. I will just look what's happening in production. But I'm already doing my pants, shitting my pants from laughing. I cannot, after a few days, I've got my first screens. And like I mentioned, it's not Instabark, it's Bark Insta. These are the first screens that I have. I'm happy with this. But now I need to test it on real devices because I've been using emulators, simulators. So I picked my first device, which will be an Android device. And then I figure out, okay, I need to do something with a certificate and with a key. Okay, this is easy to fix. And then we get to iOS, and you're like, oh shit. You need to become a member of some kind of club. You need to get a membership certificate, as they call it. And there are different types of certificates. Well, we're not going to dive into that, but that will help you build your application, install it on a real device. Okay, let's start building. And then that's the place where we need our MacBook. We're building our application, but we also figure out that we have Android, we have iOS, and yeah, it's so slow. I'm like, okay, let's just walk the dog. And I'm lazy, so let the dog walk. But when I'm walking, I'm thinking, I get new ideas, and I'm like, yeah, I've built my application, it needs to go to production, but yeah, we also need to test our application. So this feels, if you do your research, a little bit like drinking from the fire hose. There's a lot of stuff coming after you. What should you do? Well, there's some basic stuff. I have some testing experience. I need to do something with unit testing. I need to do something with UI testing. And then you do your research, you figure out, hey, I'm using React Native, I can use Detox, or I can use Appium. Well, we're going to select, we're at AppiumConf, so we're going to select Appium. But then you're creating your tests, you're running your test cases, and then again, you figure out it's pretty slow. It's like it's not doing the same at the same speed as what I was doing with web. And you're like, okay, I'm going to create less test cases because I need to wait too long. I'm just going to do a few flows and that's it. And then you realize after some tests that they become flaky. You're not catching the issues like this dog. It should catch the ball, but yeah. So your tests become flaky. And what are you going to do? Just remove those flaky tests. So in the end, we have just a few test cases and you're ready. At least that's what you believe. This dog is not called Karma for a reason. Because you want to publish your application to the stores. They're like, what? A review? A review for my app? And now imagine that we're in an age where everybody can build their own app with AI. So the amount of crap, if I may say so, that will get to the stores will increase. So also those review times will also increase. And when you realize that and you do your research, you're like, 1 to 7 days that Apple or Android need to take to review my application? It's like, what? What is this? I'm not used to this. I'm used to the web. Just push a button and it's in production. Okay, but let's just do this. I spent so many time. I'm really happy with my idea. Let's just push it. But then you get an email. You forgot something. You forgot to provide test credentials. Because yeah, if they're going to test your application and review your application, you also need to provide some test credentials. You didn't read the documentation well enough. It's like that nice sentence, RDFM. Everybody knows it. We also need to do it for the review process. But you submit your credentials, and then in the end, your app is in the store after 5 days. But, well, it's not really there because your app, you want it to be distributed everywhere. It will take around 24 hours before it's in all stores, all over the world. But yeah, okay. This is definitely better if I'm doing a web application. But let's proceed. Already so much work. And then your app is out there and you're seeing some feedback coming in. You're seeing images coming in. And you're like, okay, this was the best idea. Like all those dogs, I really love it. And you get an email. Your first email, your first review, you're happy. But when you zoom in, you're like, okay, I got 1 star. That's not good. And if you also read kind of like someone wanted to install something and they were ready to upload it and then the app crashed. You're like, God, this is so difficult. Which device? What happened? How should I fix this? And you're getting depressed. You're like, God, why? Why is this happening to me? Well, why am I telling you this story? This is basically what a lot of companies might also see, or you might have seen. And what we also see here is that when we're talking about mobile, that mobile basically punishes late feedback. As you might remember, we just removed a few steps, a few test cases also from our test suite because it was taking so long. And you might also recognize a few steps in the process that I was explaining. Those were basically the steps from the SDLC, where we have our planning, where we have our coding, where we have our tests that we're building, testing, deploying it to production or releasing it to the stores, and then also the feedback. And this is the point where I want to zoom in with you guys. Because if you would now compare this story about native app development, and if you would compare that with web, there are some differences. Let's just start with the planning and the coding. And to make it a little bit easier, the comparison, let's just take a normal web application and also take a very basic native application. And if we then talk about and look into planning and coding, it's not that different between native mobile and web applications. Might be that you have 2 code bases for Android or for iOS, but if you got some good developers, or if you have Claude or whatever agent you want to use, you can build it pretty fast. At least code it very fast. Then you get to the building process. And I think that a lot of people know for the web, you just got one type of source. You've got HTML. It's fairly easy and very fast, to be honest, to build it. Try to do this for native mobile, and it's Android, and it's iOS. And in the end, you basically have 2 code bases. Or if you're using React Native, you have 1 code base. It's a cross-platform language to build basically with JavaScript/TypeScript, an iOS and an Android application. You can also do that with Flutter. But still, you have 2 apps. So there's already a difference there. If you would also look at building the app for Android or for iOS, depending also on the machine that you have, can take up between 7.5 and 15 minutes. So there's already a huge difference there. So let's take a look at testing. Again, it's fairly easy on the web. We've got the same source. Doesn't matter if we're using Chrome, Firefox, Edge, Safari, or whatever browser that's based on Chromium you want to use. And it's fairly fast. If you're using Selenium, or if you're using Playwright, or if you're using Cypress or WebDriver, it doesn't matter. It's fairly fast. If you want to do this on native applications, you already have 2 trees. You have 2 source trees. The people that were in the workshop yesterday saw it. One specifically for Android, one for iOS. So you need to think about how you're going to handle that. And normally, if you compare Selenium to Appium, it's 2 to 6 times slower. We already removed some test cases to make it a little bit faster. Then deploying. Like, you could do it daily, hourly, or even per minute. There are a lot of companies that would love to do it daily and especially per minute, but it's possible. If you set it up right for the web, you can do it as fast as you want. If you want to do this for native, like we already saw, it can take up between 1 and 7 days. Sometimes you're lucky, sometimes you're not. Then releasing it to the stores, 0 to 24 hours, depending where you are. So you also need to take that into account. And then last but not least, also getting the feedback, or if something is happening in production on the web, it's fairly easy to replicate. It's not that hard. There's no hard connection with the OS. If you look at mobile, there's a really hard connection to the OS. So if you don't have the proper tools, it's really hard to get the right information about what's happening. And it's not only this. if we look at mobile, then we also have some specific mobile issues/challenges. First of all, mobile is remote first, meaning it's somewhere, if this is my mobile phone, it's in my hands, I don't know what the connection is. I even don't know by default what the device is, what OS version the customer is using, what the battery usage is, how many apps are in the background. We basically don't know it. Secondly, we have a fragmented market, meaning I think if we would look at everybody's device here, we would have at least 20 to 30 different devices. And if we would look at the OS versions, I think we would have at least 50 different device OS versions. And then last but not least, and this is something that really a lot of people forget, a vendor cannot revert your app on your mobile phone. If that would be the case, then yeah, we might have a challenge that they have access to your phone. So by default, it's not possible. So now imagine you just released your latest version of the app, but you introduced the biggest bug in history. Good luck with it. It's now on your user's phone. So these are kind of like the challenges. But where can we also as testers make a difference? Where can we become that hero? Well, first of all, like we mentioned, mobile is remote. So if it's remote, we need to implement something that we are aware of where that app is installed, what the device is, the OS version. Secondly, we have that fragmented market. We need to test strategically here because we do not have enough time. We need to be aware of what we're going to test. We need to think about what we're going to test where. And last but not least, we cannot revert, so we need to release smartly. We need to be in control. So let's take a look at that. Let's start with the first one, the big debug one, but how I also call it kind of like closing the gap, closing the door or the window. And by the way, I mentioned no coding. There's also no AI in my slides. On the other hand, these images, all AI. Thank you. But if we're talking also about closing the feedback gap, we need to also think about kind of like the issues. It's basically not at your desk. You cannot replicate it. You cannot easily reproduce them. And also, if you haven't put everything in place, then the App Store, where basically everything is really literally stored, the reviews in the App Store, are your first alert. If that's your first alert, that's also the first alert for people who want to download your application. And if it's that 1 star, imagine how many people would download a 1-star application. Not a lot. So 2 things here. What I would advise, at least, if we're thinking about mobile and especially native mobile, is that we also connect production also to test. That we see it as one environment. And I'm not saying that we need to test in production, but we need to learn from production. What our customers are doing in production. Think about that, track that. And also what's very, very important is that you're going to implement and invest at least in some crash and error reporting. That you know what's happening, when it happened, which device, which OS version, what CPU usage was, if there was a spike, memory usage, that kind of stuff. We need to know what triggered the error. Because if you cannot explain that crash, if you do not have the right information about that crash, you're basically flying blind. So if we're thinking about also the strategy in mobile testing, I think everybody knows that we can do some unit testing, some integration testing. We have the automated UI test, we have the manual test, and we also have beta testing. I'm not sure if a lot of people know what beta testing is. You basically give your app to a selected group of users that fit basically your target group, let them test your application before it goes to production. And if you just look at this, we can also make something like this. It's a pyramid, and to be honest, I hate pyramids, but it's like, it feels a little bit like a testing pyramid. Let's dive a little bit more into also that beta testing, because I think this is a meme that a lot of people have seen. where you have the design. Basically, these are my automated tests. And we have the user using our app. It's basically what I would call, this is alpha testing. And the other one is the beta testing. What do I mean with alpha testing? What's the difference then between those? Alpha testing is basically done by you or your team. You have your mindset of your feature. And that's the only mindset you have. You need to test your feature. So you have a narrow testing focus. 9 out of 10 times, you're not testing how your user would use your application because you don't have that right information. You just listen to what the product owner is telling you, like, they are going to use the app this way. Is that so? Imagine that, for example, one of your users is having a baby, holding their baby on their left arm, and they want to order something on their phone. So they're going to use that with their right hand, using their thumb. Baby's crying. Put away your phone. You already put something in your shopping cart. Put away your phone. Make sure the baby is not crying. The baby is happy. Then you pick up your phone again. Like, those are the things that we're not aware of. But those are the situations on how our end user will use our application. And that's why we have beta testing. And we're not going to ask all the beta testers, pick up your kit, pick up your phone, do it with your right hand. No, that's not what we're going to ask. But we're going to monitor also what our end users, or predicted or expected end users, are going to do with our application. And we need to use that information also, and we can use that, I wanted to say, we can use that information to also update our test cases. Because sometimes it's kind of like the best test in production is basically just see your users feel using your application. And I know if you would say this to your product owner or manager, they're like, no, this is not good. It is good. If your user cannot use your application, there's a gap. Your end user is basically paying your salary. It's also paying the salary of your manager and also the product owner. So track that data. So if we think about this, what should we put where? If we, first of all, also think about automated testing. And I'm not saying that you should not test anything, but I'm also saying here that we should not test everything. Just look at the flows that are really important. Which flows would cost your company money, your customer money, and just automate them. Just nothing more. Just the basic flows. Automate them and also check from what you get back, maybe from production, what breaks very often. Automate that also. Or during development, if you do that with manual testing, if it breaks a lot, make an automated test out of it. Then, if we're talking about manual testing, also check the look and feel. Basically, Appium is not telling you how the app will look like. If you're only testing on emulators and simulators, that's not what your user is using. So only your flow will be checked. This helped me when I was still a consultant a lot, because before we went to production or we pushed our application to the stores, 3 developers, 2 testers, including me, just installed the app on our phone and we were just monkey testing. I call it monkey testing. It's like just go through the app, do strange thing and see what happens. And then you will spot things that should not be there. And then you can prevent it before going to production. And then also that beta testing. And why is this so important? We already saw it before when we look at that SDLC, that phase between testing and going basically to production can take a very long time. It's not as with the web. So we need to be very cautious about what we're doing and what we're pushing to production. Because when it is in production, try to control your app on the phone of the end user. So we need to think about also what our end users are doing. And I think if everybody would now pull up their phone, would go, for example, to the App Store or to the Play Store and would look into the apps that need to be updated, I think that the majority here needs to update at least 10 applications. So you just introduce that nice bug for your customer. It will take a few days before they're going to update your app. And especially if you're a commercial company and they can easily go to the competitors, you will lose money. If you have an app for taxes for the government, well, to be honest, you cannot deny that subscription. You need to keep paying taxes. So then it might not be that of such an issue. So you need to think about how you can, I would say force between quotes, but is there a way, and discuss this also with your developers and also with your manager, product owners, whoever is responsible of the app, how can we at least control a little bit the way that the app, when you start it, that people need to update it? Because you might have introduced a breaking change and you pushed a new version, and if customers after 3 weeks still didn't update their app, they might have a bad experience. And how you're going to implement this, if this is a blocking action or not, that's all up to you. But try to be at least in control of the app that's installed on the phone of your user. And then last but not least, you also need to make some strategic trade-offs. Kind of like give your dog some vegetables or fruit or cookies. They will accept cookies and not the vegetables. So we need to ask ourselves some questions. Kind of like, should we sometimes also automate tests for this future? Is that the right question? Well, the wrong answer at least is that we should automate everything. We shouldn't do that. And maybe the right answer is, it depends. And this is kind of like the most stupidest answer you can give to anything. Like, it depends, yeah, but it still depends. How stable might that feature be? What's the risk of this feature to break in production? What will be the risk for the company if this breaks in production? You might come to a situation or to a stage where you might not even need to automate this. That you're just going to push it to production or do some specific manual tests. And last but not least, you also need to think about what are the costs of automating versus the cost of the bug. Will you lose money? Then you need to have some stability and some certainty. And the reason for also mentioning this is, when I was still working at SaaS Labs, we had one of our customer advisory boards, and that was kind of like always a nice event where customers were invited by SaaS Labs, and we had conversations with our customers, like, what are the challenges that you're facing? And this is what we want to do. Does that fit with what you are looking for? But we also got presentations from customers, and one presentation was from Twitter, just before Elon came with his sync in the Twitter building. And they were explaining to everybody in the room their strategy for testing new features. And we were surprised. We were surprised because every new feature that they implemented basically had no automated test. And every customer in the room was like, what? No automated test? No, their process was developed in such a way that they could or recover very easily, or the new feature was determined as a feature that was a nice to have and wouldn't cost money, or with a feature flag could be disabled. But they also closely watched it with certain groups. For example, influencers that were using their app were posting about this, or not, because Twitter broke. But they at least had the right feedback, and they could respond to that right feedback. So now that you know this, we also slowly come to an end. Because what we've seen now also in that SDLC and in kind of like the story that I've told you is that we just have slower feedback from native applications. And then I'm still not talking about mobile web applications, because basically, yeah, you can just push new HTML to production, and then for a browser on Chrome on your Android device or on your iOS device or Safari on your iOS device, you can still use it and get the latest version. We also need to be aware of what's happening in production. Which devices are our customers using? And it might be that some customers are using specific devices. For example, a Samsung Galaxy S4, a very old device. But that might also be a customer that's bringing in most of the money. So do not always look only at usage, but also try to tie it to revenue. What's coming out of that device? And that might be harder for certain companies, but for other companies, for example, the betting, for Novibet, might be really, really important. Or for you guys from Camelot, might be really important. Also, think about at least the control of your app, because there are sometimes really high stakes. And these aren't excuses, these are basically the constraints that we work with when we talk about mobile applications and also automating mobile applications, which decisions we need to make. So, last but not least, how can you, as a tester, if you now get back to the office, what could be your added value here? Well, not by writing extra tests. Have a conversation with your developers, with your team. Do you use crash reporting? Do you know what is happening in that app when it crashes? Do you get the right information that it crashed on line X with this error? If so, your developer will be happy because he can fix it very, very fast. Also learn from what's happening in production. Try to monitor what your user is doing in production. It might be that they're using your application completely wrong, according to you, but that behavior is normal for them. And then change or test cases or even change the feature that you've built. Yeah, and if you cannot wait for production to get that feedback, try to introduce beta testing. It will also add some extra work for you because you will get more information back from production. On the other hand, we're now living in the AI world, the AI era, or whatever we want to call it, so we can easily monitor, cluster, and analyze that information we get back from our customers from production. We can see patterns. So discuss that with your colleagues, your product owner, your developers. Also, if we're thinking about testing itself, think about the right strategy. What are we going to test? What are we going to automate? How much time will it cost? What's the risk? Learn from that. And also, make some smart trade-offs. Try to control your application. Because I believe if you're going to walk out this room and you will open your phone, you still have around 10, 15, or maybe 20 applications you need to update. And that's the life of your user. That's the life of the user that's using the app of your customer that you're working for. And if you now introduce that nicely bug, or you just introduced a breaking change in your API, and you have a banking app, and you're not in control of what is happening on the phone of a user, and you cannot tell the user, you now really need to go to this version, otherwise you cannot transfer money, that's the case that you need to have. You need to push your customers sometimes. Be more in control. So hopefully this gave you a good idea about why mobile testing sometimes hits you harder than you would expect. It's not always as easy as with the web, where you can have fast tests, fast building, fast deployments, fast rollbacks. Those are kind of like the constraints that we have with mobile testing. So if we think about that, think about the quality, not only about scripting, but basically the complete picture. And then, about me, just one thing I wanted to say. I really love dogs, but we don't have a dog. Reason for that is, first of all, my wife is allergic, and I know you've got those nice dogs that will not make anybody sick. On the other hand, I'm not always at home, and I don't want to burden the family and walking the dog. And I would do that from the car, but my wife and my kids, they won't do that. So that's the only lie I told today. Any questions? Coding questions are also, no, just kidding.
So this is regarding the burden of having to have your app reviewed before it's published. Does this also account for when the app is receives an update, or only for releasing?
It's basically both.
Okay.
And it could be that your next release will be out in production in just a few minutes, but it could also be maybe now because of AI that it will take longer because there are a lot of crappy apps out there in production. So these are kind of like the things that we cannot influence unless you're Amazon or unless you're, what is it, Temu. You've got some right connections with Apple or with Google. But normally, yeah, you basically just place your app in the hands of the gods and just wait until you get a response.
Is the review process clear for the developer of the app?
Yes, yes. I mentioned kind of like the abbreviation RDFM. I would also tell that to the developers. I will not speak out what it stands for. I think if you would search on it for, but if you, there's a manual basically what you need to deliver. That's why I also provided that sample where I forgot to deliver my credentials because they need to test your application. So you need to have, for example, a test account so they can walk through your application also.
Hi, so you mentioned before that you should be in control of your application and engaging with the customers to make them download the latest. Do you have any techniques for that? Any tricks?
There are, if we repeat the question, kind of like, are there some tricks to be more in control of the app or also to get more feedback from production?
And to get the people to download it the latest, right? So to get them to actually click download it.
There are several ways to do that, and it all depends on how you as a company want to do that. Basically, you in the app itself, you know which version you are. You just need to basically map it to a version that is officially out there or has a breaking change. And how you as a company implement that, it's all up to you. And if you want to make that blocking, or if you just want to give your user a notification, okay, you should definitely update or update within 1 or 2 weeks because then a service is going down. Well, you will not provide that information. But for example, if you are going to deploy a new service in 2 weeks, then hopefully your customer has time enough to also update their apps. So that's basically how you could do it. It's all up to you as an organization. And regarding also the information to get back, you've got different types of SDKs that you can implement in your application, depending from a unified solution to the Beta Store or the Google Play Store, all depending on how you want to use that. So
makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
More questions?
How do I find beta testers? I mean, it's kind of, when I put something on the App Store, people randomly download it. But I want to find people to give me feedback and not give me a 1-star rating. So how do I, is there a program I can just join and I get them?
Good question. Good question about the beta program. Well, first of all, I think if you're developing an app, you should involve also marketing for the company that you're working for. Because if marketing does not know who your end user is, and they cannot, for example, for this dog app, and you're selling, for example, dog food, and your marketing team only knows cat users, then you need to replace your marketing team. So first go back to your own organization, the marketing team, and see if they can find and deliver those beta testers. Then depending on the type of app that you have, maybe you can also ask for influencers. There are some influencers that could help you write a good review, write a blog post, or do that TikTok dance, whatever you want to do with your app, and that matches what you as a company want to reach and how your user, who your user will be. And yeah, you can find other ways. If on the web, subscribe, become a beta user, you can also buy reviews, but I don't think that's the best way to get high ratings. But yeah, there are tons of ways to get at least beta feedback and also improve your ratings.
Where
where do you find the best balance between no testing, like Twitter solution that you mentioned, and testing a lot? So, like, yeah. What's the best
good
balance?
question. Where do you find the balance? I think it all has to do with the maturity of your organization that you're working for. Are you able to release faster, or release at least fast enough if there's a bug, but also control it in the right way? If there's no way to do that, you might need to create extra test cases. But second thing that you need to do is talk to your developers, talk to your architect, talk to your managers, that you need to have a better way in controlling what's happening on the device of your users or getting better feedback faster. Because throwing more tests against your app will not help you in the end. Because you might still be testing the wrong things if your customer is, for example, never using your menu but always swiping through your application. Hope that answers your question.
One more question. Someone? No one. Cool. Thank you so much, Wim. We take a little break. We're going to have a short break, and then we will see Maxime on latest news on Web Dev Arbeiter. If you're interested in that, stick around. Otherwise, see you upstairs.
Thank you.
How to, yeah. I wonder on which side is that. Hoop, 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 hoop. Hey. No. I should, yeah, sure. I'm not good with computers. Let me check how to make that presentation so it looks amazing and you'll be thrilled to be using it. So I probably have to some rearrange it over here. And yay! Whoop. Wait. Now I move the screen back. Oh, good luck, nobody sees it. So I see. I hope I can click it on my laptop. And no. No. Yay.
All right. Hello, everyone. This is going to be the last track, I believe, last session on this track. After that, we're going to see everyone upstairs. But for this last track, we have a great session selected by Maxime about the latest updates on WebDriver BiDi. I remember we started talking about BiDi in 2018 at one of the TPACs, and it's 8 years later. Where are we at? Maxime knows all about it. Give it up for Maxime.
Yeah, thanks everyone. It's an honor to be presenting here today. It's my third attempt to be in person, and finally it's successful. Way better than making it online. So, I'm going to speak about WebDriver BiDi, its history, and what it is capable of right now. So, my name is Maxime. I'm a software engineer in Google and contributor of Chromium, WebDriver, HTML. And let's begin with a quick summary of the history of the... Oh, automation. So it will help you to understand the background of what we are doing, why we are doing, and where we are now today. So if you look back at the very beginning, it all started with Selenium RC, which was an iframe website run in iframe and injected JavaScript directly in that page, and obviously it has some limits. So because of its nature, it has significant restrictions. For example, it was hard to handle things like file uploads and overcome the JavaScript sandboxes at all. So the community realized it, that we need a more native approach, meaning a way to talk to browser from the outside, not only by injecting the iframes. And Selenium 2 was released. And more or less the same time, WebDriver API was introduced. And it allowed to move the automation logic to the specific driver rather than trying to inject the JavaScript inside the pages. It allowed testers to bypass the sandbox, interact with the browsers like real user would do, and providing flexibility and all the new possibilities with that. And eventually it became a W3C WebDriver standard, which now we call WebDriver Classic. So it gave everyone a single standard way to automate different browsers using HTTP protocol. However, websites became more dynamic, and it started using real-time data, and synchronous model became insufficient for that. It had some limitations, like you can send only one request, wait for this response came back, and only after that you can set the next one, and so on and so forth. And in WebDriver Classic, communication goes only one way. As you see, for example, you make a click, you wait till the click goes back. If something happens, for example, there was a log event or something else, you had to make the browser aware of that, and after some current command finished, you have to go back to the browser and get all the events happened by the time. So it would be quite hard to make it with the streams. And apparently, at the same time, in Chromium, we have a solution for exactly the same problem. So we use Chrome DevTools protocol, or CDP, which at the beginning was used for automating DevTools, as you can guess from the naming. And it was based on the WebSockets. And it allowed you to send all the commands asynchronously. So you send command 1, then command 2, and then get some events, then wait for the command 2 finish, then command 1, and so on and so forth. So there was a solution for that. And the question was, why not to use CDP as is? And the answer is, CDP is internal Chromium protocol. It means it only exists in Chromium first, and second, it doesn't make not everything of CDP makes sense for other browsers. We have quite a lot of Chromium-specific things like out-of-process iframes, and you name it. And it would be, if we propose it as a standard protocol, all the browsers will have to implement our internal logic, meaning they have to mimic our architecture, which would be quite meaningless. So we needed another protocol, more powerful and engine agnostic. And finally, ta-da, WebDriver BiDi protocol. It's a new standard protocol for browser automation. It's based on bidirectional transport, and it takes lessons we learned from both WebDriver Classic and CDP, and it gives a single modern way to automate all the browsers who support it. And importantly, it's a standard W3C protocol, and all the major browser vendors Apple, Google, Microsoft, Mozilla, you name it, as well as testing software vendors, browser stacks, source labs, many others participate, and we're working all together to make it happening and to align with the specification for the protocol. So, you probably already saw this. It's exactly how WebDriver ByDie works here. It's bidirectional, and it allows us to use advantages of two-way channels to provide events, comments, and so on. So this is an example of ByDie comment and event, just to give you an impression, so you won't be surprised when you see the verbose log of your driver, that it more or less what it looked like. So on the left, we have a comment. So you ask browser context, whatever, navigate to some URL and wait for navigation to be complete. Or you can just say wait none, and the comment will be ended immediately. And on the right, you can see the event. So in this case, it's log entry, log info. Event happens with text my message and with some arguments and so on and so forth. So that would not be possible, or it would be quite challenging to implement it on HTTP. And yeah, so that's what the JSONs look like. Next time you see it in your logs, it could potentially help identify the problem and analyze the root cause of the issues if you have some problem. But before we go into the specific comments and events, I want to give you a small walkthrough through the feature lifecycle in the ByDie. So what is required to make a feature available in WebDriver ByDie? What do we need to make it live? So first, it's a W3C specification. You can find it over there. So our working group meets monthly to discuss modules, updates, new comments, and so on. Everything we couldn't make in asynchronous way online in GitHub issues. And then after we made the agreement, we not just write the comment shape or something. We need to agree on exact message structure. We need to make it fully specification compatible with, for example, it should be aligned with HTML, and we heavily rely on HTML. And sometimes we even need to make changes there to make it fully specified. And after the consensus is taken, we have it landed over there in the specification and go to stage 2, WPT tests. So with WPT tests, we make sure that all the ByDie implementations implemented in the same way. So there are a bunch of tests over there. You can see. And yeah, the more score, the more compatible the browser with ByDie. So it allows us to prevent from specification drift, meaning we have the fixed way the protocol behaves. Now we go to the implementation side. So we try to make sure that for you it remains a closed system, it's a black box, and you don't have to worry about which exactly implementation you try to talk to, and it should be implementation agnostic. So yeah, you can use it for any browsers or drivers. You just use it for any supported browser, and you've got the power. Hey. And the final step, you definitely want to use it in your favorite testing framework. So there are some of the testing frameworks already already adopted, ordered alphabetically, but it's definitely not all of them. So yeah. And now I'm going to look through what are we capable of from the protocol perspective. And let me start with the baseline of 2023 from my last presentation on this conference. It will be a quick recap. So first, it's log monitoring. We can subscribe for the log events. We can immediately get all that failing tests or sorry, error messages, whatever. It's perfect for catching the silent failures. It's perfect for catching some tricky bugs, and you don't have to wait till the end of the test before polling all the console messages and checking if something went wrong during the test executions. Script execution. So script model, it allows for execution scripts. Who could guess? And one of the greatest advantages is we introduce sandboxes, so you can run script completely isolated from the web page. And you can pass and return not only JSON objects, but we implemented the full proper serialization of the all the ECMAScripts entities. And we enable real-time DOM observation scenarios or a bunch of other scenarios by enabling the preload scripts. So, and finally, browsing context. It's the baseline, which allows you for managing like not only tabs, but iframes. You can open, close things. You can track navigation and interact with a bunch of browsing contexts simultaneously and independently. Unlike in Classic, you had to switch to the specific browsing context before doing something. So we already had a quite solid core foundation, but we want to enable more advanced and more complex testing scenarios, which I'm going to show you. So we make it since 2023. We make significant progress, enabled way more advanced scenarios. So we introduced new models, new features, and let me show them. So the network model, it allows you to intersect and intercept any network requests. So there are a bunch of commands for that. So you can tell that you want to intercept specific requests with that specific URL pattern or all of them. And you can later allow to either inspect them, you can resume, abort them, modify, whatever. You can instruct the browser to collect the data so that it's important, because by default, we don't collect all the data of all requests so that we don't compromise on the performance, because it can take some time, some space, of course. So, yeah. And we have a bunch of events which allows you to know when the request is about to be sent. And it also shows if the given request was intercepted or not. And if the request was intercepted, you can continue and you can modify, as you see, bodies, cookies, headers, methods, even URL. So it's all on your control how exactly that request would look like afterwards. And you can provide your custom response even without continuing that. So the real network request will not happen. And the browser will receive, your web page will receive the response with the body you provide here. So also you have a response started event with URL, status, etc. And you can continue response with the specific data. So you can change the responses, cookies, headers, status code, whatever. You cannot change the body though, because if you want to change body, you have to provide response and provide the full response without making the request first. And you have an event of when the response is completed. So it provides all the response information, and after that you can get the response data. So yeah, if it was collected, of course. So this gives you very powerful way to control network communication. And let me give you a few examples. So here, Facebook page of cat lovers, but let's make it a bit more dog-friendly. So you can intercept all the requests sent from the page, replace, if it's image, replace it with some dog's image, and voila. It's now way more dog-friendly. Also, it can be useful for a bunch of other scenarios. For example, you don't need to make a complex server backend setup to test the different backend errors. You can intercept request and return the 500 response, for example. So error handling testing became way easier. So the next huge thing is we introduce is user context. So it allows you to keep the tests isolated, meaning you don't need to restart the browser each time you run the test. So isolated user context, it allows you to make that isolated sessions which are more or less equivalent to incognito mode, and means that each user context has its private cookies and storage. And yeah, you can run tests in parallel without rerunning the browser each time. Don't be confused with the browsing context, which are completely different things, which relates to either page or tab or iframe. So yeah, you can just create user contexts and remove one. So quite straightforward. Now, we enabled managing cookies. So via the storage model, you can either get the cookies for the given partition. Partition is very tricky, though. It has some implementation-defined logic. So in different engines, it can be slightly different. But still, you can get cookies, you can set cookies, obviously, and you can remove existing cookies. This allows you to set, let's say, log it in state or that kind of scenarios. And then emulations. That's a huge part, and it was requested a lot from WebDriver Classic. And now we can override lots of aspects of the browser environment. So let's start with location-aware features. With the geolocation command, you can fake coordinates, altitude, heading, speed, whatnot. So you can even emulate the reading of the GPS signal. So it became way easier to test different applications. So please raise your hand who tried to test web-based navigation application for the airplanes. No? No one? Okay. Yay! If you do that, now you can emulate it easily. So yeah, please consider that as a project. And now time zones. You can emulate different time zones. So yeah, so that you can test your web application through different parts of the world. You can emulate languages and regions via set local override. It handles translations and region-specific number formats, currency symbol, whatnot. And interesting part is network conditions. So you can tell that your application is reliable in the real world when the person with mobile device drive into, let's say, channel in the train. and it becomes offline. So you can test, you can set either offline or the normal network conditions. So yeah, you can check offline state works correctly. Then you can set, you can test if the scripting is enabled on the, you can test how your web application behaves if the scripting is enabled on the user agent. So it's quite niche, but can be important scenario. Please know that you cannot force enable scripting, meaning we decided that for security reasons, we are not allowing to override what user already set in the browser. We cannot force enable it, only disable. So force color mode. This one, it's an accessibility feature which is provided by the operation system. You can test how your application behaves with the light or dark high contrast settings provided by the operation system. So important for accessibility testing. Then user agent string. You can set emulate specific user agent override, and you can test. You can emulate specific client hints override, which is high entropy client hints, even though they are supported only by Chromium browsers. So that, for example, what it look like for the Pixel 7. It provides you platform, it provides you architecture, model, versions, etc. So you can test all of this. And you can test screen settings. It emulates physical screen where the browser runs on. So it's helpful for testing different sizes and all the things. Then screen orientation. There you can emulate, again, talking of the screens, you can emulate either portrait or landscape, the natural orientation. Usually it's landscape for the desktop and portrait for the handy, for the smartphones, and then the actual turning of the device can be here. And with that, you can test how your responsive design reacts on the action of the turning the device to the side and that kind of things. And quite niche thing, it's a scroll bar type. It can be either classic as on Windows and overlay like on Android devices. And set touch override, which emulates ability to get touch events from the user. So all those methods are aimed to enable the mobile emulation. So we cannot say just we cannot introduce just one command emulate mobile. We have to walk through all the aspects of it and had to specify what exactly it means for the to be the mobile. So what's the difference with the desktop? And we introduced advanced input. So it's performance and release actions. It's mimic. It's like more or less direct copy from WebDriver Classic. And we introduce a few other things. It's event, file dialog opened. So you can now get the exact moment when the native file selection dialog is shown. And you can handle how it if it's the real dialog is shown or not by unhandled prompt behavior capability. And you can set the file input values there so that you can choose it. And downloads, you can customize the download behavior. So you can set download behavior where you can either allow with the given destination folder, or you can deny all the downloads. Also, also you'll be notified when the download is about to begin with the suggested file name and when it ends with either cancelled or the complete status and the file path there. Important thing here is suggested file name is not always which is used in file path, and it really depends on operational system. So, and now we go to the permission management. That handling that pop-ups was always nightmare before we introduce the permissions API, where you can preset permissions to grant gear allocation, camera, what's not, and after that you can run the tests as is that permissions were provided or denied. So you can test even both scenarios. So you can set permissions with some descriptor. It's, let's say, gear allocation, and granted, denied, or prompt each time. Also, we are thrilled to announcing Bluetooth emulation. So with Web Bluetooth, you can emulate physical devices. So you don't need physical devices anymore. With the BiDi, you can emulate that completely on software level, and yeah, you don't need a lab of the all the devices so that you test it. So I'm not going to get too deep into the protocol here. Just simulate, enable, and disable simulation, and simulate some pre-connected devices. Simulate discovery process when you found a new device, and some pop-ups with allow to connect and so on. And then we have a bunch of other low-level commands where you can really emulate all that protocol thing. And NAV speculations. Again, it's supported by Chromium browsers, and you can cover pre-render and pre-fetch, and you'll be notified when the speculation's happening. It's by that event. So that's almost it with the updates, and now you can ask, how can I help move things forward? And the answer is use your voice. First, if you need some feature, first thing I ask you to do is ask your favorite testing frameworks developers if that feature is already specified in BiDi. They just need to adopt it. If it's not, they have to raise the they have to reach out the WebDriver BiDi working group, and it would help us to prioritize things requested from you. So yeah, please let us know if you need some specific features which are not covered yet. And yeah, please share your feedback over here, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Hi, great presentation, really appreciate it. I have two questions, if I allowed. The first one is, in which state is BD compared with the traditional WebDriver methodology in terms of if we can do something still in the old protocol that is not ready now in BD, in terms if you want to start a new project, choose one or other to be aware about this state. And the second one is in terms of all that you explained about this behavior control that you can do through BD. This is all simulated, or you override the official's behavior of the websites that you are entering with BD? I'm explaining. if a website has the download blocked because your role is not allowed to do this download, with BD you can force and download it, or is just simulated in terms of the testing?
Yeah. So the first question: can you gradually migrate from WebDriver Classic to BiDi? And the answer is yes, and it was the explicit goal of WebDriver BiDi, not to force people to go all in from one to another, so it's backward compatible. We use the very same IDs for browsing context and for everything which is supported by Classic. And the first milestone for BiDi was to support everything in Classic in BiDi. So it was explicit, one of our explicit goals, not to break and allow that gradual moving. And second question was, do we really change the behavior or we simulate? So and the answer is, it depends. So with the download example, the file is really downloaded, and if it's allowed to download, and we provide the real physical file path to that file, so that your test can go there and receive the get the file content. So yeah, in some cases we don't change the operational system settings. For example, with the offline mode, and we just kind of sandbox the web page and saying, but you don't, like on the network level, we say you don't have like network access, so you're offline. So it's like, the answer is, it depends, but we're doing the best we can to test your web application behavior. So if you have access to BiDi, it means that you can do whatever you want with the browser. It's more or less like the treat is more or less the same as you have a physical access to the laptop, to the analog computer. Like, can you do everything? Almost. So.
Any more questions? I have one. What's the current implementation status for BiDi in different browsers? Or maybe I missed that.
Let me show. So this is the best metric you can rely on. So it's WPT tests for BiDi. Yeah. This is implementation status, and if you get deeper, it's grouped by the domain. But if you get deeper, you can check the status of very specific feature you're interested in.
Awesome. Cool. Any more questions before we wrap up?
Good question. I would be happy to answer for WebKit developers, but I cannot. I don't know. Yeah. Me personally, working on the specification, WPT, and Chromium implementation. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you all.
I see one more hand.
One more.
First of all, thanks for sharing. It was very insightful. Learned a lot of new things. My question is a bit more specific to my use case. We are using Chrome Dev Protocols tool for some authentication, some Cloudflare like related third-party intercepts, or like for our request for our testing. Last I checked, we were having some issues with Mozilla. Obviously, using CDP with Mozilla doesn't work. So I was exploring BiDi to change that so that we can use it across different browsers. Is that already in place that we can use? Or if yes, then which of the methods or capabilities we should use?
So all those methods are already in place and implemented in, at least in Chromium, and I believe in Firefox as well. And this scenario It's already available.
Okay.
And obviously, to implement this scenario, you need all the network control. And yes, it's specified and implemented, at least in Chromium.
Okay, thanks.
The specific status of other browsers you can check in the WPT.
Okay, thank you so much.
Anyone? Any takers? Cool. Thank you so much for joining us. I think this is the last round. Clap for Maxime. We do have a short break and then see you all upstairs in the main room. Thank you all.